a bit of housekeeping. First, just like yesterday, it's being filmed by JMac. Camera's over here, so everyone in this area, all of your chatter is going to be recorded. So either keep it clean or keep it quiet, you know what I mean? So next, like I said, make sure that you go online to CASA JMSB to download the PDF that I prepared. I suppose for the video we can just upload it to JMac and then people can follow along with that.
Yeah.
What else? So today is all problem solving. So this is going to be like an interactive day. So yesterday was more like theory, you're thinking about it. Yes, you were asking questions, but today you're going to have to do work, okay? So take out, if you have not already done so, take out a calculator, make sure you have lots of paper with you, like pencil, erasers. You're going to actually be doing problems. This isn't just you sitting here and writing down the answers that I put down. The way that I like to do this is we're going to read the question together, we're going to talk about some of the issues, talk about tactics on how to approach the questions, and then I'm going to give you a few minutes to at least try to get the question started. And if you're watching the video, what would be good is if you listen to the introduction and then you pause the video, attempt the question on your own, and then turn the video back on to get the solution, okay? So in my opinion, this is a far more effective way of actually teaching you the skills that you need to succeed in the exam. It's one thing to look at the answers and say, oh yeah, that makes sense. That has very little learning value as compared to actually trying to think through the problem yourself. So you need to learn how to figure stuff out on your own, and that only comes from actually doing it. My other little bits of advice for you, I mean, you only have basically a day left and you're spending half of it with me, but I personally, I have a few suggestions. If you choose to continue studying after this exam cram, if you feel like you still want to do more, at this point, my suggestion to you is, if you haven't already done so, to pick one exam where you haven't done it yet, or maybe you've only done one or two of the problems. Turn your phone off, shut your computer off, print the exam out, print it out for real. Sit down with a paper exam and your watch, and you time yourself. No text messages, no phone calls, no Facebook. You give yourself 3 hours, or if you're allotted the extra time at the Learning Center, give yourself whatever time you actually have to complete that exam in, and time yourself and see if you can do it. Use a paper exam, because remember, you also have to learn skills of how to read the question on paper, highlight, take notes, work with what you've got. As much as possible, recreate what you're going to face in the exam. It is an excellent, excellent tool for teaching you the actual physical skills that you need when sitting down in the exam and doing the work. It's not just knowing how to do the problems, you have to be able to do them in the allotted amount of time. So if you haven't already done this exercise yet, I'd suggest trying it this evening. And my last suggestions after that are really, really simple. Go to bed at a decent time. I know it's sacrificing a Saturday night, which is a tragedy, but go to bed at a decent time. Eat properly. And just be gentle with yourself. Go into the exam confident, because you've obviously worked really hard. Okay? So let's get started. So, first question is a Chapter 2 question. I realize that in the package it doesn't actually say the exam. I realized that afterwards. It's from Winter 2014. And this is basically a Chapter 2 exam question. On your exam, there is definitely going to be Chapter 3, 4, 5, and 6. Chapter 2, there might be a question. It's on the exam half the time. And if it is on the exam, it's usually a cost of goods manufactured schedule, as well as an income statement with the expanded cost of goods sold portion. So for this, essentially, it's quite simple. You just need to know the cost of goods manufactured template. Let's read the question out. It says, the following information relates to Walnut Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2013. So they give us sales, then they tell us the purchases made for direct materials, indirect materials, and office supplies. Next, we have salaries, direct labor, rent, utilities, advertising, and promotional. And notice that for salaries, rent, and utilities, there are little asterisks next to the numbers, okay? Then we have a section where he gives us inventories, and he's giving us inventories at 2 dates, as of December 31st, 2012, and as of December 31st, 2013. This is effectively the beginning inventory, because the ending inventory of 2012 is the beginning inventory of 2013, and December 31st, 2013, that's the ending inventory. And so he gives us inventory amounts for direct materials, indirect materials, office supplies, work in process, finished goods. So this also relates to a question that I got yesterday, which is, it isn't always the case that the direct materials inventory or the raw materials inventory is for both direct and indirect. In this question, you'll notice that he has created 2 separate inventories. So direct materials and indirect materials are kept track of separately. Then we have a note which refers to the asterisks, and it says, of these costs, 80% are assigned to manufacturing activities, and the remainder pertain to selling and admin functions. So this is one of the major topics that you're tested on in Chapter 2, which is being able to tell the difference between product costs and period expenses. So he'll always have something in the question that is trying to trick you into mixing those 2 up. So if you get a cost of goods manufactured schedule, you know that you should be vigilant about what is a product cost, so related to your factory production, and what is a period expense. Now, in parentheses, he says to assume that there is no over or under applied overhead. So essentially, whatever overhead he's giving you, you assume that it's actual numbers, meaning that in the income statement that he's going to ask you to do, you do not have to do an over or under applied adjustment. Okay? So the instructions are pretty simple. A is to prepare in good form a cost of goods manufactured schedule. B is to prepare an income statement through gross profit. This, if you see this on the exam, some people find this confusing. They think that when he says through to gross profit, it means stop at gross profit. But that's not what he means. He means through gross profit as in, like, for me to, get to New York, I have to drive through the border. Like, he wants you to do the entire income statement all the way to net income, but he wants to see it go through gross profit. It's kind of a confusing sentence, but a lot of people just did the part of the income statement and then didn't finish it and lost half the points, okay? So if you see him say that, he just means an income statement where it's sales, cost of goods sold, the expanded version, gross profit, expenses, net income, the whole thing, okay? I can't because there's no IATS open today, and I don't have a key for the computer is locked up here because JMSP is full of thieves. So I can't do it. Sorry. And then C and D are really simple. One just says how much were the prime costs and how much were the conversion costs. These 2 questions, I'm not going to waste your time on them today. Really simple. You know what prime and conversion are. Prime is DM plus DL. Conversion is DL plus MOH. We're going to concentrate on A and B. Okay? So I want you to take a few minutes and try from your memory, or if you have to look up the template, try to at least get the cost of goods manufactured schedule started. The basic template of cost of goods manufactured, right, is just figuring out what is the total value of the goods that you finished during the year. So that is the value of the goods that moved from your work in process into your finished goods this period. So if you remember, it starts with your beginning WIP. Then you add all of the costs that you added this period. So DM, DL, MOH. Those two things together, the beginning balance plus everything added, gives you total WIP. From that, you minus your ending WIP, and the result is your cost of goods manufactured. So I'm going to give you 3-4 minutes. I know it's obviously not enough time to finish the whole question, but just try to at least get started on the cost of goods manufactured schedule. Start working through some of the first problems, okay? And while you're doing that, I'm going to start putting the template on the board. Pardon? Well, in this case, he wants, this is a question that I got. Here, the requirement says to prepare in good form a cost of goods manufactured schedule, which means we want the report. That's what you need to do. I know that someone told me yesterday that there's one professor who does everything in T accounts, and he apparently told his students that even if they ask for the report, if they just show the T accounts, they'll give them the points. If that's what your professor says, he's like, I'm grading the exam, if you do T accounts, it's fine, I guess. But I don't know, talk to your teacher, I can't tell you that for sure. For me, if an exam says to do a schedule, I'm going to do the schedule. Do you know what I mean? Because that's the requirement that they're asking me for. But if a professor has a specific thing, you can talk to him.
Can we abbreviate?
Can you?
Abbreviate?
Abbreviate? I mean, yes and no. Like, I feel like they're inconsistent with how, like, sometimes people take it really far. Like, I heard a story from one of the professors that somebody on a 305 exam once did all of his numbers like this. And he got almost a 0 on his exam because all of his numbers were wrong, right? So don't take it to an extreme, but cost of goods sold as COGS is fine. Do you know what I mean?
Like even like DM, DL, it's fine, right?
DM, DL, I think for a lot of things is fine. Like if you're doing small calculations, abbreviating things, like if you're just doing informal calculations, abbreviations are fine because they know what you're referring to. When it comes to either journal entries or formal statements, I'm a little less sure that abbreviations would be acceptable. For me, I'm like a cautious person. I'm risk averse, you know what I mean? So I write it out, but I feel like you could probably get away with it. But I'm not the authority on that, right?
Thank you.
You guys have to remember, I'm not your professor. I know that I'm really lovely, but not a professor. Okay. So obviously I've abbreviated in my template because we're all friends here, and this is not an exam, but this is the basic template. I have not put a title on your exam, put a title. Like obviously when you're practicing you don't need to, but maybe it's good to get into the habit. Name of the company, name of the form, so Walnut Limited, cost of goods manufactured schedule for the period ended December 31st, 2013, right? So really, if you find it hard to memorize a cost of goods manufactured schedule, if memorization is not your forte, the cost of goods manufactured schedule is essentially just a more detailed version of the very simple formula that we always use with inventories, which is beginning inventory plus what you add to that inventory minus the ending inventory gives you what came out of that inventory. So whatever was taken out. In this case, it's cost of goods manufactured. When we do this with finished goods, beginning finished goods plus cost of goods manufactured minus ending finished goods, the result is cost of goods sold, right? This basic formula, you use it constantly in managerial accounting. This tiny little formula is this entire report. And it's also this tiny portion which is like inside the report, the part to figure out your DM. Okay? So, the first line is our beginning balance of our inventory for work in process, which we get from the columns at the bottom here. So, work in process, beginning inventory, $4,100. I like to pretend that people have asked me about columns and format. If you want to do it all in one column, if that's clear for you, like do all your numbers in a single column, no problem. You'll see that in the templates, they act as if there's basically 3 columns here. And it's basically the larger total that I'm calculating and then just subtotals. So it matches with the indenting. This small subtotal will be calculated in this column. These kind of like second level subtotals are in this column, and the grand total is in the outer column. Okay? If you don't want to do the 3 columns, you can do it all in one column. Like I said, managerial accounting, you can be a little bit soft with things according to how you feel makes most sense. Okay? So to the 4,100, we are going to add everything that we added to WIP this period. So all of the work that we did to make units. So everything that I put into making units is DM, DL, and MOH. So we start with direct materials, and the direct materials, we figure it out always using a calculation with the direct materials inventory. So we have our, in this case, he's made it simpler for us because he's given us 2 separate inventories, one for direct materials and one for indirect materials. The only difference, if it's one raw materials inventory in which indirect and direct are together, the only difference would be when you did this calculation, you would also have to subtract any indirect materials before you got the direct. Okay? So DM inventory, January 1st, $45,000. We take that directly from the beginning balance column. Now we have to add our purchases. So what we bought for direct materials, which is $700,000. You can do a little subtotal here where you write like DM available, or you can just directly subtract it, the next line. People ask me about, do I have to do all the subtotals? No. If you find it clear, go ahead, but you don't have to. So minus the ending inventory of direct materials, which is 62,000. This gives us the total direct materials used, which is 683,000. This would go in this column. This is the column where I'm going to add up the total of the DM, the DL, and the MOH. This column is where I do the subtotals to figure these numbers out. The next is direct labor. Did you have a question?
Yeah, if nothing's mentioned about indirect materials, let's say in another question, do we just assume it's all?
If there is nothing anywhere about indirect materials, like if he doesn't give you, in this case, he gives you an indirect material, like an amount that obviously must be used, that's in MOH, or if in the list of MOH he lists an indirect materials expense,
Okay.
then you have to deal with it. But if indirect materials, the words are nowhere in the question, then the assumption is just that all materials are direct and you don't need to worry about it. Direct labor is always a really simple one because we have no inventory for direct labor. So it's straight up what is written in the question, which is $800,000. Next is my MOH, and the MOH section is where he's always going to try to test you about whether or not you understand the difference between product and period expenses. So here you have to go through all of the expenses listed, so every single line, and look for, number one, things that are overhead, and then number two, make sure that you only include the manufacturing portion of that, because there's such a thing as selling and admin overhead as well, right? So you have to make that differentiation. So one by one, I always like to go through things top to bottom because I find that that makes sure that I don't miss things. I always go through things systematically so that I never miss things. So going from the top, the first thing that I see that looks like overhead is I see that they mention purchases of indirect materials. So I know that there's going to be indirect materials in my manufacturing overhead. So I put that here, indirect materials. Now indirect materials, they've given me an inventory. Therefore, to figure out my indirect materials cost, I'm going to have to essentially do one of these little calculations. You can either choose to do the calculation here, or you can do the calculation somewhere on a scrap page. For myself, I'm going to do it here. So my indirect materials beginning inventory is nothing. There was nothing in the inventory. Go for it.
Let's say they don't give you DM and like ending inventory for direct materials. Because I'm trying to look at the question, but sometimes we use the same thing for direct materials.
What do you mean? Like they don't tell you anything about direct materials in the question?
For the ending inventory.
And
they use the same number for direct materials for the beginning.
if you have an example of that, maybe you can show it to me. Because it's not popping up in my mind exactly what you're talking about. So to this we add our purchases. So our purchases for indirect materials were 50,000. And our ending inventory for indirect materials was 9,000. So this is going to give us what came out of our indirect materials inventory, which is 41,000. That is a very elaborate score. So I'm going to do this little sub-calculation here because I want to add up my total of my indirect materials. You could have done that tiny calculation in brackets here as well, whatever works for you, okay? So going through the question, I continue. The next line says office supplies. Without any other information, if I see anything that says office anything, what do I assume? Period expense. So my office supplies is not MOH, okay? Next is salaries, and salaries is one of our numbers that has a little asterisk, right? So the asterisk says 80% of this is assigned to manufacturing activities and the remainder to selling and admin. So I know that I'm going to have salaries, which essentially in this case is indirect labor, correct? So indirect labor.
Could you write salaries though?
You could write salaries, you could, both of those things are perfectly fine. As long as it's like, it makes sense for what it is. So indirect labor, this is going to be 80% of the 500,000, which is $400,000. So this is 0.8 times the 500,000. Going through the question, the next line, direct labor, we've already handled that. Then rent. Rent is another one with the asterisk. 80% of it, so 0.8 multiplied by 100,000. So $80,000 is going to be my factory rent. Next is utilities, also an asterisk. So 0.8 multiplied by the 80,000. So that means 64,000. The next line says advertising and promotional. Period expense, right? Selling and admin. And then we have our inventories, and in our inventories, I'm double checking. Direct materials, we already dealt with it. Indirect materials, we already dealt with it. Office supplies, we know that's a period expense. Work in process, finished goods. That's it, that's all. That's all of my MOH. I total it up to 585,000. This plus this equals the total amount that I am going to add to the 4,100, which is 2,068,000. I would usually put this on the line below this, but I'm running out of space. So the 4,100 plus the 2,068,000 is going to give me my total WIP. I'm continuing this on this side of the board. So that is 2,072,100. You know, they really didn't think about little people when they built this classroom. They even wear heels. It's like not even me.
Well, I think you can get it done, huh?
No, I tried fishing. This is as far as the top board comes down.
No, I can't. No, you can.
This?
No, I can't touch it.
I can put up, but I want to use it for other things. I'm trying to maximize and minimize my racing time. I'm about efficiency here, obviously, with the amount that I chit-chat between you. So, from this amount, I'm going to subtract my ending WIP, which again, I just have in my columns for the December 31st WIP, which is 3,300. And that's going to give me my cost of goods manufactured, which is 2,068,800. If you get a chapter 2 question on your exam, you're laughing. You should be laughing. Please laugh. Okay? In the middle of the room. I think everyone's on the exam. I'm invigilating one of the groups, so one of you is going to see me tomorrow. Hopefully one of you. Any questions about this? Go for it. No, utilities are both because I need electricity for both my office and my factory. So there'll be utilities, things like rent, utilities, insurance, depreciation. You will have that for both your factory and your office.
Yeah, I know, it depends, like, but I've seen a couple examples that they mentioned that period cost are sales and utility expenses.
But utility expenses for your office, utility expenses for your factory are product costs. I think there was another one, like someone over there was like inching. No? We're good? Okay. Next part is to do my income statement. I'm gonna, oh my God! Jesus! What the heck? Are you serious? One of you is going to assist me all day long. One of you get up and push this thing. Thank you, Vanna. Thank you. You know, I was so stoked on being in this room. I was like, and it's turning out that it's not made for me. Okay, so the income statement, again, it's a separate form, so do the title again. Walnut Limited, income statement for the period ended December 31st, 2013. Income statement always starts with what? Sales. Oh my God, future accountants of the world, beware. So sales, they give it to us straight up, $3,500,000.
Or to just finish that off, that's part A. Like we
Yeah, that's part A. This is the next requirement, B, income
Okay,
statement.
so if we leave it at that, it's good. Like if we did all the calculation, everything at the top,
Yep,
and we finished it.
yeah, you're good. Full points. Okay, sales. The next line is less cost of goods sold. Yes, you can abbreviate this. Cost of goods sold, when you learned it in 217, it was just a singular line. But if you ever do an income statement in 305, is unless cost of goods sold is just given to you straight up, you are going to have to do a sub-calculation. Okay, this is kind of the breakout part, the different thing about an income statement in 305 versus 217, which is you are going to do a calculation to figure out cost of goods sold that basically looks like this. Your beginning inventory of finished goods plus your cost of goods manufactured. These two things together give you available for sale. You can do this subtotal if you want, but you can skip it if you feel like it. You can go straight to minus ending inventory of your finished goods. Now the result that you get here, if you have to do an over or under applied overhead adjustment, this line would be called unadjusted cost of goods sold. The next line would be your adjustment. You either add under applied overhead, or you subtract over applied overhead, and the subsequent line is your adjusted, i.e. your final cost of goods sold. But in this question, he's told you specifically that there is no over or under applied adjustment, therefore the number that results here is your final cost of goods sold. Okay, so let's do this little calculation. Again, we're going to do it like a sub-calculation in an indented column, and the grand total will be in the overall larger column. So, beginning inventory of finished goods, again, directly in the question from the inventory columns here. So, beginning finished goods, 90,000. Plus my cost of goods manufactured, which is what I just calculated, okay? So that's my 2,068,800. These two things together give me my available for sale. So again, this is an optional subtotal minus my ending finished goods inventory, which again comes from your totals here, which is 81,700. All of this gives me my cost of goods sold, which is 2,077,100. This is subtracted from this to give you your gross profit, which is 1,422,900. And from this you subtract your period expenses. And this is where you go through the question and you look for everything that you excluded from your manufacturing overhead. This is where it gets added. So we have a bunch of things. We have our first, again, I always go top to bottom, systematic way of making sure I never miss anything. The first thing that I see that looks like a period expense is my office supplies. Now, office supplies is something that has an inventory. So I'm going to need to do an inventory calculation for my office supplies. So just to do a little sub-calculation here, my beginning inventory for my office supplies is $1,000. My purchases for my office supplies is $20,000. And my ending inventory is 0, which means that the entire $21,000 had to have been used up. So again, I'm going to do this as a little indented subtotal. Next, as I go down my list, I see all the things that have asterisks. Remember, I put 80% of them into the manufacturing overhead. That means 20% of them belong in period expenses.
Let's say you have to calculate the sales based on the benchmark, the cost of goods sold. You have to use the unadjusted cost of goods sold or the adjusted.
If I had to calculate the sales based on the benchmark of cost of goods sold, like if they had told you what?
Like sales is based on the 50% of.
Oh, like a markup.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mark up based on the unadjusted cost of goods sold, right? Because I only do my adjustment at the end of the year, but I do my sales throughout the year. So I don't know what my adjusted cost of goods sold is when I sell you whatever it is that I sell you. I sell you my product based on the total cost that I come up with using my manufacturing overhead rate. So that's unadjusted. So my markup will be on my unadjusted cost of goods sold, and my adjustment happens at the end of the year, and it's the thing that either helps me or hurts me at the end, right?
So in this case, it'd be
Well, here there is no over or under. So basically, this is a statement that we're making under the assumption that all of our manufacturing costs are actual costs. It's like in a perfect world kind of situation. So the next thing, we have all those ones that we did the 80% of, which was our salaries, our rent, and our utilities. So I'm going to take the leftover amount that I have. So now this is 20% of 500,000, 20% of 100,000, and 20% of 80,000. So that makes my salaries $100,000. My rent $20,000. And my utilities $30,000. 16, thanks guys. 16. The next one is the 20,000, which is the 30,000. So I'm going to continue this here. Advertising and promotions, $30,000. Looking through the rest of it, that's all I've got. So I total all these up, 21, 100, 20, 16, 30. This is going to give me my total selling and admin expenses. Which are 187. So this gross profit minus my total selling and admin is going to give me my net income. 1,235,900. Simple, simple, simple. Okay, go for it.
In total of selling and administration, you need to have that column in there if you just had all the paid expenses as a.
If you don't want to do this format where you do indenting, if you just want to do it all in one column, that is fine. Just be very aware that you know whether the thing that I find that people mess up when they do it all in one column is sometimes they add things that they should be subtracting and sometimes they subtract things that they should be adding. So as long as you're vigilant about making sure that you're adding and subtracting correctly, you don't need to do the indented columns. You can do it however you like, right? So you could have just done the 1,422,000 and then just done 21,000 in brackets, 100,000 in brackets, like each of these as all minuses. Whereas I did them as a series of positives that get added up to one large total negative number, but you can do what you want. That's just a style thing. Was there another question? So C and D, like I said, really simple, prime costs. You just have to go through and pick out the total of the direct materials and the labor, so the 683 for the DM plus the 800 for the DL, that is your total prime cost. Your total conversion is the total of direct labor, the 800,000 plus the total of the manufacturing overhead, which is the 585. That equals 1,385,000. Those two little questions at the bottom are like beautiful little bonuses. Okay? So that, the next question in the package is also a chapter 2 question. I've included it in the package in that I'm going to do it at the end if we have time, because honestly, the chance that you're going to get a chapter 2 is low. So I prefer to move on to chapter 3, 4, 5, 6. And if at the end we have time, I'll come back and do the second chapter 2 one. Okay? So skip that next question, the cost flow T account question. I just think it's really good for people, especially who don't understand the flow of cost, to try that particular question. It's from fall 2012. The next question we're going to do is a doozy. Actually, you know what? The one from fall 2014, the job order costing, we're going to do that one second. Go to the next one, the job order costing from summer 2009. The one that has the T accounts. We're going to do this one next, and then we'll go back and do the fall 2014. Okay? So the fall 2014 one is hard. Fall 2014 is, in my tenure at JMSB, that was the semester that had the highest disc rate I've ever seen for COMM305. Like literally, I had this many people in my groups before midterm, and half of you were gone after midterm, which I have never seen before. People totally tanked that exam.
Why do you think that is? That it's just it was tougher than all the other exams?
It was just on the tougher end of the spectrum. Like, yes, the chapter 4 question did something unexpected, they added a different cost stream, and we're going to do that question. But he did a lot of things that people had not necessarily seen before, and it was just a detailed exam where you had to be careful. And to be honest, I think people psyched themselves out. Like, it was hard, I have to admit it. Like, once I did that exam, like, after that midterm, someone gave me a copy of the exam, and I sat down in a cafe and did it. And this was after I had taught the class for 3 or 4 semesters. And when I graded myself, like, by that point I should have been getting 100 on these exams. Because, like, if you do this, like, I've lectured this class twice a week, 7 times. You know what I mean? Like, I should be getting pretty much almost 100, and the exam caught me on a few things. Do you know what I mean? So it was a tough exam. Like, not a lot of things, but it caught me on a few things. It caught other people on a lot of things. So, and that's just because I've spent like 10 times as much time on this class as everyone else does, right? It's not because I'm like smarter than anybody in this room. It's just because I do the same thing over and over every semester. But I love that 2014 exists for you all, because practice it at that level and learn those tricks. And then he's not going to catch you with those same tricks again. Okay? I think a lot of people go into this feeling like Ali is like their nemesis or something, and they think that and they feel like 305 is this terrible thing that you have to endure. I feel like this class teaches you so much. It is one of the classes at JMSB that I feel is actually, if you put effort into it, you're going to walk out of it with really good skills that you're going to use in your business life. You're going to learn how to problem solve, and his puzzles, they make you smarter. They make you smarter if you take them seriously. I can see some of your faces, you think I'm having like a moment, but I swear to God. You know what I mean? Like, to be honest, I know some people cheat their way through school, and I know some people sleep their ways through school, but why do you do that? When you could actually come out of this whole experience a better person. You can come out of this a better, smarter, more amazing person, and you can go and do something awesome, rather than just have a job, make money, eat food, and die. Right? So that's my approach to like life in general. Like, take this opportunity because you're special that you get to be here. A lot of people don't get to be here. So that's like my moment of the day. So let's do the job order costing one that looks like Sudoku. So this question, if you basically, he kind of has 3 ways that he does chapter 3. He gives you T accounts, which he's done many times. You have many examples to practice this one. The other one, which there's only really one example, and I've already taught it, so I'm not going to cover it today. It's the journal entries one, which I've already done. You can look for it. He's done it once, I think maybe twice, like a long time ago. Less likely to get it, but know your journal entries. And the third option is the one that we're going to practice from 2014, which, to be honest, is the one that he likes the most. And it is the most difficult, which is he gives you a bunch of information, and it's a lot of information, and then he asks you specific balances, like what's the ending balance of WIP, and cost job number 80, and tell me this and that and whatever, okay? This one, there is a really great system for approaching this. What I suggest is the very first thing that you do is, because you can see it, as soon as you see this on the exam, you know exactly what you need to do. You need to go in to the other data first and read all of the other data. Each piece should give you something that you can plug into the T accounts. Go through the other data, pick out all the things that you possibly can, and plug it into the T accounts. Then once you have the T accounts with all the other data plugged in, the rest is just solving the flow, the same way that you would solve like a Sudoku or anything else, because all these T accounts are connected one to the other. What he's testing is whether or not you understand the flow of costs. That raw materials inventory flows into one of 2 places. What are they? WIP That's where the direct materials go, or MOH for the indirect materials. Your work in process inventory, this is where a bunch of things end up. The materials, but also the labor and the MOH, right? The labor, factory labor, he's testing whether or not you know that that's an in and out. Your MOH, he's testing whether you understand that the MOH, when you apply it, it is going into your WIP. He's testing whether you know that once you finish the goods in WIP, they go to finished goods inventory. So it's just flow. I suggest that you rewrite the T accounts in your exam booklet and solve it in your exam booklet as T accounts, and then label all your answers clearly. That is perfectly acceptable. When he says show all your calculations, that's a perfectly acceptable way to show your calculations. So I'm going to take a few minutes and get the T accounts up on the board. During this time, I want you guys to go through the other data, try to guess some of the pieces.
Laura,
Yeah?
in these type of questions, they never really adjust the cost of goods sold. So you know, if there's a
But they do.
In this one they do?
Take a look at number 4. I mean, they haven't done the adjustment, but they are recognizing that overhead is either under or over applied. And that's a key to tell you, to help you figure out one of the numbers.
But do you adjust the cost of goods sold there?
I mean, here they haven't done the adjustment, like they haven't done the adjusting entry, they haven't like
Okay.
either debited or credited to zero it out, but that's the thing that helps you solve the problem, the fact that they haven't done the adjustment yet. There was another hand that went up like behind you over there. No, no, no. do this together. So here we go. First thing, my tactic is always hit up the other data first and plug it in. So number one, on December 1st, 2 jobs were in process. Number 154 and 155. These jobs had combined direct material costs of $97.50 and direct labor costs of $1,500. Overhead was applied at a rate of 75% of the direct labor cost. So, they've given you a date, therefore it's a balance as at that date. And remember, for an account like WIP or finished goods, or even cost of goods sold, if you can figure out what, for job order costing, what job numbers are in that account, like the cost of goods sold consists of what jobs that were sold. The beginning WIP, what were the jobs in beginning WIP? The ending WIP, what were the jobs? And you cost those jobs. The total value of the jobs in an account on a certain day is the balance of that account at that day. So here, you just have to cost these jobs, and you have the balance. So you very simply do, I guess I should stick on this board because the camera can only see this one. You very simply add up the DM, the DL, and you use the rate provided to apply the overhead. So, I guess I'll do it under here. The DM is $97.50. The DL is $15,000. And the MOH to apply, they say is 75% of direct labor cost. So that's your rate. So whatever my direct labor cost is, this is going to be 0.75 of that number. I suppose I should get the answer key. So this is my beginning balance of WIP, which is my B. So all of this together, they don't give me this number. Can someone just calculate this number for clarity? 11,250. Thank you. And the total is 36,000. So this is exactly what we're talking about. Okay? Information number 2. During December, jobs number 156, 157, and 158 were started. On December 31st, okay, so during December, that's everything that new that came into the account. On December 31st, this is when they're giving us another balance, an ending balance. Job number 158 was unfinished. This job had charges for direct materials of $3,800 and direct labor of $4,800 plus manufacturing overhead. All jobs except number 158 were completed in December. So this is again exactly the same thing. I'm going to do my DM, my DL, and then I'm going to apply overhead, right? So my DM in this case is my 3,800. My DL is 4,800. And my MOH is going to be applied as 75% times the 4,800. These three things added together are going to give me F, which is, again, I'm sorry I don't have this subtotal, but it's 12,200. Plug it in. Okay? Number 3, on December 1st, job number 153 was in the finished goods warehouse. Finished goods beginning balance. It had a total cost of $5,000. So here, they've been nice to us, and they just gave us the grand total cost. We don't have to do any adding or subtracting, so literally, this guy is just a given plug. On December 31st, job 157 was the only job finished that was not sold. So that's my ending balance, and it had a cost of $4,000. Now we get to this last one, and this is a trick, well, a way that he likes to test this a lot. It says manufacturing overhead was $230 over applied in December. How does that help me here? It's essentially over or under applied is kind of like an ending balance for this account. So if he tells you that something is over or under applied, then he's giving you which side is larger and by how much. If something is over applied, is it a left side balance or a right side balance? Right side, right. Over applied, I applied too much, therefore my applied side is bigger than my actual side. So it's as if I have a 230 ending balance. It's a temporary ending balance because we know that subsequently an entry will be made to zero this out. But this tells us what to solve in the rest, right? Now we're not ready yet because we're still missing two other numbers here. But that's the end of my additional material. The rest of figuring this out is taking a look at what we've got and knowing our flow and figuring out numbers. So this is where you all are going to start telling me what numbers you figured out. Number?
C.
Sorry, letter. Letter C. How did you figure out letter C?
Technical requisitions minus indirect material.
Good. So everyone sees that? My advice is once you get to this point, start following the flow of things. When I take something out of raw materials, that's my requisition. So I know that $16,850 left this account. Where does it go? One of two places. It goes to WIP as direct materials, and the other place it goes is MOH as indirect materials. So I know how much left the account, and I know the indirect part. So the difference must be the direct part. So very simply, it's 1650 minus that 1900 gives me 14,950. Anyone else? Did anyone else get any numbers? Go for it.
The first one, the A,
A, how did you find A?
you did the ending balance plus requisitions minus purchases.
Exactly. This is basically an equation with 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces, and I know 3 out of the 4 pieces I just solved for the 4th, right? T accounts work like this. Beginning these T accounts in which the left side is in and the right side is out. Beginning balance plus minus ending balance, right? So I have X plus 19,225 minus 16,850 equals 7975, just solve for X, okay? So A is 5,600. C, I just followed the flow of my requisitions, right? So when something comes out of raw materials, it goes one of two places, right? It's either direct materials or indirect. So I just followed that flow. This 1650, part of it went here, and the other part went here to indirect, and I know this number. So I just had to do the 16,850 minus the 1900, and that gives me the part that went to WIP. Anybody else for any numbers? Go for it.
K is the same thing as 12.
Yes, this one was the most satisfying.
So then, that one you know that, you could find your L.
Then I can find my L. Ooh, you're like doubling down. Hey, like
So what I did is 12,025 minus 8,800.
beautiful. So do you see all of that flow? my factory labor account, in most of the other like Sudokus, both these he like leaves them as blank. And when you figure out one, then you know the other, because these numbers always have to be the same. In this question, he was even more brazen. He gave you this guy. So this guy is always equal. This is an account where what goes in, it goes out right away. It comes in, it's assigned. It comes in, it's assigned. So whatever comes into this account automatically leaves. So these numbers are equal. So now that I know now that I know this number, the question is, where is it going to? The same way that direct labor breaks into two pieces, the same way that materials break into two pieces, direct and indirect, labor also breaks into two pieces. The direct portion, which we know the number, and the indirect portion, which we do not know the number. So we do the same thing that we did over there with requisitions. 12,025 minus the 8,800 is going to give us our L, which is 3,225. And then there was one behind you. I know you're smart. Okay.
For D, MOH 6,600.
For D, MOH. How did you get this?
There's two ways. You can either solve for it there, or you can apply just the overhead rate for the direct labor.
Ah, very good, very good. So do you see what he did? So this right here, my MOH applied. There are two ways that you can figure it out for D. So one is, remember that this MOH that gets applied into the WIP account, how does it get there? It gets there by using my rate. And my rate is just 75% of my direct labor. So if the total amount of direct labor that came into this account was 8,800, that means the total amount to apply is going to be 8,800 times 75%, which is 6,600. But there is a second way that you could have figured this out. Is that what you wanted?
Yeah.
You want to explain it? Go for it.
So you have your indirect labor and overhead, and then tell you it's 230 over applied, so you just add that amount to that.
Exactly. So see now, once we have this 3225, we have all the pieces of this equation except for one, so we just solve for the missing piece, right? 1900 plus 3225 plus 1245 minus x is equal to, and here's where you have to be careful. Because remember that if this side is as if this account is overdrawn, okay? So it's as if this number is a negative. If that's like blowing your mind, think about it this way. The total that think of it as two tallies. These numbers add up to something, right? Can someone pop this into a calculator and tell me what these three numbers add up to? 6,370?
Yeah.
So this amount is going to be $230 less than whatever this was. Because the balance of being $230 on this side means that whatever the total of this column is $230 more than the total of this column. You can think of it like that. Okay? So that, if you solve for M, is 6,600. And once you have M, MOH applied is this MOH. These numbers, this number and this number have to be the same thing. Anybody else got numbers? Anybody else? Anybody else? Want to go for it?
E,
E?
54, 150.
So E, this is so now we're kind of in like a cascading situation where it's like dominoes, right? Now I filled out so many numbers, everything else is like a chain reaction. This, plus this, plus this, plus this, minus x has to equal 12,200. You just solve for E. 54, 150. Now, he never writes in these things, he never calls this what this actually is, which is your cost of goods manufactured. Jobs completed, this is your cost of goods manufactured, which is what comes into your finished goods, right? I think that he doesn't put cost of goods manufactured because he thinks it's gonna, like, be too much of a clue to you guys.
Have you got F again?
How did I get F? F, 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 F? How did I get F? Who got F for me? Oh, it was given in the other data.
No.
Number 2.
No, we have 3,800 plus your 4,800.
Yeah, but they gave me this. It was this one.
Yeah.
So in other data, number 2, when they told me that at the end of the month there was 2 jobs and they had DM of 3,800, DL of 4,800, and then I applied my rate. Whoop. So this 54,150 is this 54,150. And now all I have to do is exactly the same. This plus this minus x equals this. So solve for I, 55,150. Okay? There is a lot of these in various exams. He's done this at least 4 or 5 times. I've done 2 of them with you over the course of the semester, so you have at least 2 more that you can practice that you've never tried before. Okay? Go for it.
So you have to spend like 1:36 on each question, something like that?
What? A minute?
Yeah, like something like that. Like
What do you mean? On a long question, you want to do this in a minute and 36 seconds?
Yeah, so 1 mark is equal to 1:36.
Okay.
If I do my work on this piece of paper and then they ask you to show your computation, for me it's kind of like I have to rewrite the entire thing back onto a piece
Yeah,
of
but
paper.
that's just, honestly, that's personal tactics. Like, you don't have to do the T accounts. You can do whatever you want. You know what I mean? Like, you could figure all this out on this piece of paper and then just write out your calculations.
So if I like show my if I write out my calculations here, for example, and just write my answers on the sheet, will I be given full marks for it, or just they're gonna be
You have to show your calculations in your booklet. Like, you have to, like, you would have to write, so for C, you would have to write 16,850 minus 1,900 equals 14,950. I mean, honestly, like, whether or not you can do it in 1:38 seconds, I don't know, but that's personal tactics. Like, that's something where you're only going to be able to complete the work in the amount of allotted time if you just keep practicing. Like, it is entirely possible. Like, but I don't know what else to tell you about that.
In Winter 2014, they have the same questions, but in work in process, the beginning, they didn't include manufacturing overhead. I was wondering why they didn't.
What do you mean, like it's just not on the list?
No, the answer, they only include, like, for the beginning work in process.
You know what, if you want, you can show it to me at the break, because it's hard for me to talk about a question without it in front of my face. I'd like to be a computer, but I'm not yet. I'm working on it. Go for
We
it.
have to show the side calculation if we choose this T or COMM method.
I mean, for some of it, yes, and for some of it, no. Do you know what I mean? Like, for example, like, if I did T accounts and I just did this and then did an arrow and then did that, then it's fine. But for example, for these bits where I figured out this number and this number, I would show this sub-calculation like below. Do you know what I mean? So you could show sub-calculations. It depends, like some people, and I'm just giving you a multitude of tactics. You can solve it on the T account in your booklet and then just rewrite your little sub-calculations of how, like as you're solving it here, write it in your booklet how you figured it out. Or you can rewrite the T accounts and any calculations that you do, you just write them below. That's just personal tactics though. Like you have to figure out for yourself through practice how you are going to approach the question. Go for it.
How do you solve the C?
For C, my requisitions, my 1600, I know that whatever comes out of my raw materials account goes to one of two places. The direct portion goes into my WIP, and the indirect portion goes to my MOH. I was already given this, so 16,850 minus the 1900 gives me the 14,950. Go ahead.
So the last one is 6,070. No. The total of them, we have to look.
No, I was showing two different ways that you can figure it out. Like, if you understand that this plus this minus x is equal to negative 230, then you're golden. But I'm saying that sometimes people in equations, they have trouble when something equals a negative. It's just like a hurdle that people have. So an alternate way to think of it is just that this column, whatever the total is, if you know that this is over applied, you know that the total of this column is going to be $230 more than whatever the total of this column is. It's just multiple tactics for approaching the same thing. Okay? So now let's turn to the harder question, which is the one in the package before this one. So it's the job order costing from fall 2014. So, for the sake of especially if you're in accounting, a good tactic, at least I can't speak for the other majors because I haven't done them, but a good tactic is always to kind of like, especially if you have a huge long problem, especially once you get into the level where you're doing cases, it's really good to kind of look at the instructions of a question before you spend a lot of time reading a massive thing. Because the instructions give you a framing of how you're reading the question, what it is that you're looking for, and what information is potentially important. So I'm going to read the instructions before we read the question. So the instruction says, A, to compute the ending balance of raw materials, work in process, and finished goods inventories as at January 31st. So he wants those three balances. And then B says, suppose that Brant Company prices its jobs at cost plus 50%. In addition, during January, selling and administrative costs were $23,100. Prepare an income statement and a statement of cost of goods sold in proper format for the month of January. When he says, and a statement of cost of goods sold, he just means do the income statement that has the busted out cost of goods sold. It's all one statement. It's not two separate things, okay? So you could do it all in one. If you wanted to do the cost of goods sold as like a separate thing, you could do that, okay? But it's not necessary. You can do it all in one thing. So as we read the question, we know that essentially we are looking for those balances, and then we're also looking for the things that are important to my income statement. And just in your mind think, what is on my income statement? I've got my sales, I've I've got my cost of goods sold, and in my cost of goods sold, what's important is beginning finished goods, plus my cost of goods manufactured, minus, so I know that I'm really just looking at the entire flow. So let's read the question. Brand company produces unique metal sculptures. The company uses, I love that he believes that people buy art from a factory. P.S. It's just funny to me, this is like a little bit of background, but I have a fine arts degree before I decided to become an accountant. Very odd piece of personal history, so I find this particularly funny. The company uses normal job order cost system and applies factory overhead to productions on the basis of direct labor dollars. The following balances were taken from the general ledger of the company as at January 1st, 2013. So the next portion are balances as at the beginning of the month. And this is something that people get screwed up with in this question where he gives all this information. They get confused as to like what the balances are for when. He'll always give you a section where he tells you this is the state at the beginning of the month, and then he says, and here's everything that happened during the month. So be very clear that this portion is what was the state as at the beginning of the month. So he gives you job 35, 36, 37, and notice that they're fully costed. And this is something that I'm going to tell you right now, which is a trick he has done in this type of question every single time. Notice in this table, these jobs are fully costed as at the beginning of the month, as in they have their DM, their DL, and they have MOH applied already. Okay? So if MOH is already applied, he doesn't need to give you the rate anywhere in the question. Right? Because he's already given you the end result. So always when you see something like that in your mind right away, say, he's probably going to have me reverse calculate the rate. Okay, that's always a clue. If he gives you jobs that are already fully costed, he might not in the question give you the rate anywhere because the rate is hidden in the implied information here. He's done it a number of times. Next, he tells you that the raw materials inventory is $2,300. The finished goods inventory was only job number 34, and it was costed at $15,000. The rest of the question, he says, is during January, the following things occurred. So this is now what happened during the month. Raw materials were purchased on account for $26,500. 2 more jobs were started, 38 and 39. Direct materials and direct labor costs incurred by each job in process in January were as follows. And now he gives you 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39. So notice that this is everything added to all of the jobs, so all the direct materials and labor added to all the jobs, both those that were in beginning inventory and the new jobs that were started. Okay? So here he's only given you DM and DL. He has not told you how much overhead is applied. You're going to have to figure that out yourself. Then he tells you jobs 37 and 38 were completed and sold by January 31st. And job number 35 was completed but not sold by January 31st. The company incurred the following actual overhead during the month. So those are 2 key words to tell you that this list is actual overhead, real overhead that they spent. So remember, if there's an adjustment to make at the end of the month, it's an adjustment where you compare actual numbers, i.e. these numbers, to whatever overhead you applied using your rate. Then he says the company writes off any under or over-applied overhead to cost of goods sold in the month in which it was incurred. And that is all the information that he gives you. Notice there is no rate. given for your overhead. Okay? So, I'm going to give you a little bit of direction for A, and then I'm going to give you some time. If he asks you for the ending balance in any particular inventory, there is 2 ways that you can go about figuring it out. Okay? By the way, here's another thing. I don't solve these questions using T accounts because that's not the way that I go about it. But I've seen people solve them with T accounts, and it is bitching. You can totally do it. It's fast, and it's for some people, if T accounts make sense to you and your teacher has been teaching you T accounts, you can totally solve this question by T accounts, and that is perfectly acceptable. Okay? I'm not going to do it by T accounts right now because that's not how I learned it, and it's not how my brain works. But I constantly get questions where someone puts up their hand and goes, can I do this in T accounts? And the answer is yes. You can absolutely use T accounts for this, and it works just fine. All of your teachers know what T accounts are, and they will understand what you're doing. Okay? For myself, how I approach this, for job order costing, if they ask you for an ending balance of inventory, or if they ask you for cost of goods manufactured or something like that, you can either do a T account to figure it out, right? But a T account is also essentially just this equation. The beginning balance, so the beginning inventory, plus what you add to that inventory. Usually at this point we minus the ending balance to get what came out of that inventory. Right? In the case of finished goods, this is cost of goods sold. In the case of WIP, this is cost of goods manufactured, right? But if you just think about it high level, it's just the beginning balance, whatever I added to it, minus the ending inventory gives me what came out of it. I can use this to find this number as well if I have these other 3 numbers, right? I can use this equation to solve for any of the, if I have the other 3, I can solve for any of the variables, right? So if they're asking me to find my ending inventory, I can treat this like X, plug in the rest and solve, right? You can just essentially flip this around. So you can either apply this equation, which is essentially doing a T account, beginning balance plus what you add minus what comes out gives you your ending balance. Okay, so that's one way. The other tool that you're going to need to apply, and for some of these, the 3 balances that they ask you for at least one of them you're going to have to apply this method. The other method is, remember, any ending balance, or beginning balance for that matter, is just a total of all the jobs that are in that account at that moment. So if you can go through this narrative that he's given you and figure out what jobs are in ending WIP as at the end of the month and just cost those jobs, that is the ending balance of WIP. If you can go through the story and figure out which jobs are in finished goods at the end of the month and just cost those jobs, that is the ending balance of finished goods inventory. Okay? So that's the other tool. Always in this question, if he gives you big information like this, it is very, very smart of you to try to figure out what jobs are where and when. Okay? Like, I tend to look at it as, I was teaching not this question, but another one very similar to it to someone the other day, and I basically made a table where I said, beginning of the month, end of the month. And then I did all of my my inventories. I said WIP, finished goods, and cost of goods sold. Cost of goods sold, of course, there's no beginning, it's only what is in the cost of goods sold as of the whole month. And I listed which jobs were in beginning and which jobs were in ending. Which jobs were in beginning, which jobs were in ending. And it was so clear for him once we did that narrative of what jobs were where. This question can be overwhelming. The important thing is to try to organize the information and know what you're talking about.
Can you use a job cost sheet?
You can use job cost sheets, you can use T accounts. This question, it's really free reign, because you don't, for the A part, he's not asking you for a formal report, he's not telling you how to do it. You can go about it in a lot of different ways, okay? So I'm going to give you guys a couple minutes. Try to figure out those three balances. I'm giving you a clue right away. One of them, you're going to have to use this, and the other two, you're going to have to cost jobs. Job number 34. Well, job number 34 is in finished goods, right? So, then, yeah, do you assume that it just hung out there all the time? Yeah, it must be, because they didn't mention anything about it, so it just stays where it is.
I did it, but I have a feeling that I've done it wrong. Because now that I know this is I want to do the other way. Because whenever she said, if you have the other way, it's really easier than just calculating whatever here separated into the emerald, but it's already by weight. Usually what I would do is calculate everything here, and then I know that this is, you know, this has to be assigned. Yes, you know the way by using by looking at here, and she said that it was applied. Because by this part I was like, why do I need it? But then I saw 58,400.
So maybe this is gonna help you guys figuring this out. So take a look. The information they told us was that at the beginning of the month in the WIP was job number 35, 36, and 37. We know that from here, right? Then they tell us that during the month, they added, right? They've added job 38 and 39. So I know that all of these are in the account during the month, right? They tell me that the beginning balance of finished goods is job number 34. You can use something like this or something different than that and just map out where things go. They tell us two things. They say job number 37 and 38 were completed and sold in January. So 37 and 38, they end up being sold, right? They tell me 35 was completed but not sold. And that is all the information that they give me, right? So then if I look at what's left, I can guess, if they didn't say anything about 36 or 39 being completed or sold or anything like that, then they must still be in WIP as at the end of the month. 34, they said nothing about it. They didn't say that it was sold. They didn't say anything. So the assumption is that it is still in finished goods at the end of the month. So you can use something like this to figure out which accounts are where. Does that help? Okay? So let's conquer the first one. Let's figure out the ending balance of raw materials. So raw materials, if you have to figure out the ending balance of raw materials, you are going to have to apply this equation to the very simple fact that there are no jobs in your raw materials inventory. Raw materials inventory isn't where I construct or jobs or any jobs ever exist. It's just where my raw materials come in and out of. So beginning inventory of raw materials, what I added, i.e. my purchase, my ending inventory of raw materials. So this would be raw materials used. Let's fill out what we know of this equation, okay? So they tell me in the beginning part that my raw materials inventory as at January 31st is $2,300. Continuing down the question, they tell me that raw materials purchased on account was $26,500. Then I look in the rest of it, and where else are they talking to me about my raw materials? All of the direct materials that I use for my jobs. And be very careful, remember, it's only the direct materials used for the jobs during January. The raw materials listed for the jobs as at January 1st that would have been material that was taken out of raw materials before this beginning balance, right? So it's only the raw materials used is the raw materials used during January, okay? So you have to figure out what is all the raw materials issued into production. So if you add up everything they list, boom, the 4,000, 1,500, 2,600, 8,000, 7,600, that's all my direct materials. What am I missing? My indirect materials. Take a look down here at the bottom just to screw you over. Company incurred the following indirect materials, $1,250. So the amount issued to production in total is $23,700. And the amount for indirect is $1,250. So now we just have to solve for x. So you could just redo this equation where you just do 23, instead of thinking of it as 2,300 plus 26,500 minus x gives you this. You can flip it. 2,300 plus 26,500 minus this amount gives you your ending inventory.
For the raw materials taken out, why are we counting 35, 36, and 37 if they're already in progress as of January 1st?
Because this is the amounts that I added to all of these jobs during this month. Because remember, 35, 36, 37, yes, they're in my beginning balance, but now I work on them some more. I add more direct materials to them. So this direct materials used is all the direct materials that I used during the month for everything that I did, including working on my beginning balance. We're good? Amazing. So now let's move on to the ones that are a little bit more complicated. So let's tackle the work in progress. All right. So for ending balances of work in progress and finished goods, there is a possibility that in the question you can figure it out using your beginning balance plus added minus taken away and na. But it would be actually way longer and more complicated than just figuring out what are the jobs in the ending balance and then costing those jobs. So, pardon me, January 31st, the WIP is basically just job number 36 and 39. So if I cost those two jobs, then I will have the total balance in WIP. Now the important thing when you cost jobs is to remember that some jobs were in your beginning WIP and some jobs are new. So when you're costing them, be careful to not, sometimes people make the mistake of only doing the current costs for the job and they forget about the beginning WIP. So I like to use, I'm a big believer in templates. I feel like it's a way in which I can always keep track and make sure that I do all the things I need to do. So whenever I cost a job, and you can call these job cost sheets or whatever, I always follow the same sort of template, which is I check for a beginning balance, and then I do added this period. And I know that the added this period is going to be the DM, the DL, and that I might have to apply MOH if they haven't given it to me, which they'll never give it to you. Okay? So I'm going to do this for job number 36 and job number 39, and I'm going to add them up to a total. I love tables. Tables make me very happy. Okay? So, tap in job number 36. Anytime you need to cost a job, scan through the whole question and look for anywhere that it's mentioned. So notice that job 36 is mentioned as one of the jobs in beginning with. So I know that at the beginning of the month, 36 is already worth $18,800. Then I look for wherever it's mentioned again. It's mentioned in the current month. I know that I add 1,500 of DM and 2,000 of DL. So next, we just have to deal with the MOH applied. I'm just going to leave this for a moment. I'm going to cost out the 39 and then we'll apply the DM to both in one shot. Okay? So I go through the question and I look for 39. 39 is not one of the 3 jobs in my beginning with, therefore it has no beginning balance. It only has added this period, which is 7,600 for DM and 7,000 for DL. Now comes the more difficult part, which is you have to figure out to apply your MOH, and he hasn't given you a rate. So this is where this is a common trick that he tries to do, where you have to go back to the information that he gave you about your beginning WIP, where he's given you 3 jobs that are already fully costed. Okay? So you know that in there, you have applied MOH, and you can use that to reverse engineer to your rate. Think about, how do I apply MOH? I do my rate multiplied by the activity base gives me my MOH applied. Usually he gives us the rate and he gives us the activity base and then we solve for the MOH applied, but now he's giving it to us kind of backwards, where he's giving us the MOH applied. So let's just use, for example, job number 36, since we're looking at it right now. The MOH applied is $8,400, right? No, MOH applied for job number 36 is $8,400. You're screwing with me, people. If I'm correct, no, does he say, yeah, he says that in the top part, he says the company uses normal job order cost system and applies factory overhead to productions on the basis of direct labor dollars. Okay? So I know that my activity base has to be the amount of direct labor dollars, which I also know is 7,000. So what multiplied by 7,000 gives me 8,400? You just solve for x. So 7,000x is equal to 8,400. X is equal to 1.2. If this makes you nervous, try it for any of the other 2 jobs. If you do 4,200 over 3,500 or 12,600 over 10,500, you will get 1.2 every time. So even if he hadn't told you that DL was the activity base, if he gives you one of these tables, check and see if the relationship between the MOH applied and the DL is the same for every single one. It is impossible that it would always be the same unless it had to be the rate. Okay? There was a question up top. You good? So when you practice these questions, and I'm sure you practiced like at least a few of them, he's done this trick before. So now you know it, he's not going to catch you. Okay? So a rate of 1.2 means that whatever my DL is, I multiply it by 1.2 to apply my MOH. And in his answer key, he never provides that number, which is annoying. Someone give me 2,000 times 1.2? 2,400, and the 7,000 times 1.2? 8,000. I should have known that, because that was that number right there, Laura. So now I just add these up to get my total job. So my total for 36 is 24,700. My total for 39 is 23,000. And I can add these two up to the grand total, which is 47,700. This is my ending balance of WIP. I just cost my jobs. That's it.
Where'd you get the APA again?
Where did I get the activity base? In the first paragraph, he told me that the activity base was direct labor. So I just did the amount of MOH applied over its corresponding amount of DL for that job in the beginning WIP account. Well, if he doesn't tell you that, he has to tell you the rate. Get what I'm saying? Or he's figured out a brand new way to puzzle you, and you just have to use your wits and figure it out. Huh? I mean, if you tested all three accounts and they all had the same proportional relationship between MOH applied and direct labor, and then let's say you did the same test to DM and a relationship did not exist, like a consistent relationship did not exist, then you could make a fair assumption that direct labor was your activity base. Right? Okay, we're going to do the same thing to cost out my finished goods, but now in my finished goods, I'm costing job number 35 and 34. So again, make sure that you look to see if either of these jobs were in the beginning WIP. 35 was in beginning WIP, which is $8,700. Job number 34 was already in finished goods as at the beginning of the month, so we already know its grand total. None of this applies to it. We already know that it is $15,000. So we really only have to cost job number 35. So again, we added DM, which is 4,000. It's DL, which is 3,000. Can someone do 3,000 times 1.2 for me?
36.
Love you guys. You're like so on the ball today. You're all panicked. And it's like at the beginning of the semester when I'm like, people take out your calculators. People are like, oh. It's like they're pulling out the calculator and they're like, oh, and then I have to type things. It's so rough, you know? But like the day before the exam, you're all like, you're like turning into like, you're all like keeners now. It's kind of great. So all of this together for this job is 19,300. This plus this. 34,300, not as exciting as the last one, since essentially it's exactly the same thing. Okay? Now we get to the harder part, which is doing the income statement. And I know what everyone thinks. They see something like that where they're like, oh my God, the whole income statement, it's like a million pieces of information. I have to be a computer to figure it out. It's like way too much. If you get a task like making an income statement, and you see this huge page of information and you feel completely overwhelmed and you can't do it, my number one piece of advice for calming yourself down is just write out the template for an income statement. Don't put any of the numbers. You might have to do sub-calculations. You can do it on a subsequent page. but just take a fresh page and write your template for your income statement, because it's always going to be the same. Sales minus cost of goods sold. You're going to have your calculation for cost of goods sold. Gives you gross profit minus your expenses, gives you your net income. If you feel overwhelmed by trying to figure out what it is that you need to do first, my advice is write out the template so that you know what it is that you need to produce. Sometimes it seems really hard to do something when you don't know where it is that you're going. So give yourself a little bit of help. Show yourself what it is that you're trying to make. And then all you need to do is go through it and say, okay, I need to figure out my sales. I need to figure out my cost of goods sold. What information do they give me that helps me figure out this information? Rely on the templates to give you a sense of direction.
I'm just okay, so let's go. We have to add 2% of the so basically we have to find out all about which is like the end of the wage, and then you have to times 50%, so the number, and then add it to your wage, and that's
So here's one thing, remember that in this question, when you're drawing out your template, remember that one of the things that he said in the question is he talks to you about how to write off over or under applied overhead. That it's written off completely to cost of goods sold. So unlike when we did walnuts, where he was like, ignore that, and you could just do straight up, you know that you're going to have an adjustment to do here. So when you get to this point, give yourself unadjusted cost of goods sold. And now you don't know whether it's going to be over or under applied, right? So just leave yourself a blank line where you can plug in whether it's going to be over or under applied. And then this is going to be your adjusted cost of goods sold. That's going to give you your gross profit, less your expenses, which he already has told you just in one big line. That's going to give you your net income. So now you have this template, and this template is going to tell you what you need to do. So starting at the top, if you look at it and say, okay, did they give me my sales? And you go to the question and you see, have they given me my sales? No, but they did tell me that they mark up its jobs at cost plus 50%. So that means that in order to figure out my sales, I have to figure out my cost of goods sold first. And I'm supposing that this was, somebody asked the question whether you mark it up on unadjusted or adjusted. This is obviously where that question comes into play. I mark up my unadjusted cost of goods sold, okay? So we have to figure out what my cost of goods sold is, okay? Now, there's a number of ways that you can go about this. And remember that there's some things that you have already figured out. You have already figured out the costs of 36, 39, 35, 34. You already know those things, right? So what else do I need to know? Now, you could just cost job 38 and 37, and you'd automatically have your unadjusted cost of goods sold, which allows you to mark that up by 50% and get your sales. But remember that he's also asked you to actually do this busted out part. So you do need to know not just your unadjusted cost of goods sold and your adjustment, but you need to figure out this finished goods, beginning, ending, and cost of goods manufactured. So I have figured out my finished goods ending, right? This was what we just calculated. And I also know my finished goods beginning because it was given in the question. My cost of goods manufactured, then I can actually just do a plug. I can cost job number 37 and 38, which will give me my unadjusted cost of goods sold. I already have my finished goods ending and my finished goods beginning. I can then figure out my cost of goods manufactured just as a plug, instead of having to cost every single frickin' job. Get what I'm saying? This is why, look, putting out the template, you can start to see that. Put out the template, plug in what you know. You know that this is 15,000. You know that this, because you've already figured it out, is 34,300. Now just figure out your unadjusted cost. So you can just cost your 37, 38. I hate the way that he writes these. So I guess I'll do it here. I know you must be wondering why when I have all these boards I keep sticking to this, but it's because the camera can actually only see this board. So I'm sticking to here, and now I'm afraid of that one that slides up and down from the top. Okay? So we apply the same thing that we did for jobs to figure out our ending WIP and our ending finished goods. We do it to figure out how to cost 37 and 38. It's exactly the same process as we did before. Your beginning balance for any of them, right? Job number 37 has a beginning balance plus what you added to it. Add the MOH. Do the same thing for job number 38. It has no beginning balance. You just do its DM and its DL. Apply the MOH and then add it all together. Because it's a repetition and I'm trying to gain time, I'm just going to give you the answer for it because you already know how to do the process. I just did it twice over already. So my unadjusted cost of goods sold in this case is 59,100. So now I can actually just do 15,000 plus X minus 34,300 equals 59,100. I can then basically solve that this must be 78,400. Now that I have my unadjusted cost of goods sold, I can figure out my sales. So they said that my markup was 50%. So that means that it's going to be this amount multiplied by 1.5 because it's 100% plus an additional 50%. So that means that my sales are 88,650. Question up at the top?
Yeah. How did you get your unadjusted cost of goods sold again?
I just costed job 37 and 38. I didn't do the whole math in front of you because I've already done, like I showed you how to cost 36, 39, how to cost 35, 34. You know how to cost now. Just cost job 38 and 37. Shh, guys, he's far from me and it's hard. Are we talking to me or no? Now you're having a side conversation? Okay, I'm gonna move on then.
I did, for job 37, like the total, what I did is I got the work in process. I just have a too long to explain, so I don't have to.
Is your number this number? Well, then you have to try again. Like, just try and recost these two jobs. It's exactly the same process. Go through the entire question, look for anywhere that they mention job 37 or 38, and go, just make the table. Beginning balance plus what you add, apply your overhead is going to equal your total. It's the fastest way to do it, to be perfectly honest. I just didn't want to redo it again because I can feel the room getting restless because I'm essentially doing the same math over and over in front of you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So now I have all this part. Now I just need to figure out my adjustment. My adjustment is always the difference between my overhead applied versus the actual overhead, right? So they've given me a list of actual costs. Salaries, rent, depreciation, indirect materials. If I add all those up, 8750 plus 5500 plus 3500 plus 1250, I am going to get the total actual, right? Which is $19,000. I'm going to erase this now to be able to do this. Total actual MOH, $19,000. It's just the grand total of that list. Now I have to figure out my total applied MOH. You don't have to go crazy looking for all your jobs and adding all the little tiny pieces of MOH. You can very simply just look at the total amount of direct labor that you incurred this month, which is just the total of what you used for jobs during the current month. So 3,000 plus 2,000 plus 1,500 plus 6,500 plus 7,000 gives you the grand total amount of overhead applied, right? So that's it's $20,000 of direct labor. The overhead rate is 1.2. 1.2. Okay. So 20,000 times 1.2 is $24,000. Oh, I know where your 1.5 came from. The 1.5 is the markup. So now I just compare these two. So I can see from this that I have applied more than my actual, therefore I know that I have over-applied. And the amount that I have over-applied is the difference between the two, which is $5,000. The adjustment is always that I add under-applied and I subtract over-applied. If that seems like mind-boggling for you to recall, fall back on making a T account for your MOH. 19,000 on this side, 24,000 on this side. That means that my balance is 5,000 on this side, 5,000 over applied. My solution is that I'm going to have to do an equal entry on this side of 5,000 in order to balance it out. So if I were to write this as a journal entry, that means that I'd have to debit my MOH for 5,000, which means I would be crediting my cost of goods sold. That means the MOH is increasing, the cost of goods sold is decreasing. So less my over applied. So less over applied overhead, $5,000, will give me my adjusted cost of goods sold of 54,100, 88,650 minus 54,100 gives me 34,100, less my expenses, which he's given to me already in the question as 23,100, gives me my net income. Oh, this is not, sorry. This is 34,550, pardon me. The grand total is 11,450 as my net income. Questions? Go for it.
For the cost of goods sold proper format, do you have to add in cost of goods available for sale?
If you want,
But
personally, I think that it's, like, I think it's optional, but if you're a cautious person, you would put it. There was another question?
Because $5,000 is simply a material amount, do we have
He's
to...
told you what the method is. He's told you specifically, in the question he says the company writes off any under or over applied overhead to the cost of goods sold in the month in which it is incurred. So he's told you what system to use, and that always overrides anything else. Also, you will never be asked to decide which method to use based on materiality, because materiality, whether something is material, is actually requires a lot of judgment, and that's not something that you are expected to have at this stage in your education. So only look for indications in the question as to how to do it. Go for it.
Can you just repeat and get 20,000 for the total applied amount?
For the total applied, I went into the question and I looked at all the labor that I incurred during the month. So all of the labor that I incurred during the month is the direct labor that I applied to the job. I added all those up, and that was my 20,000 that I then multiplied by 1.2. Another question?
You just happened to mention that they write off the over-applied in the proration method. You wouldn't have done any of this.
If they had, this is a good question. If in the question they had said that they write off the over-applied overhead using the proration method, then you would still have an adjustment on your income statement. It just would be for a different amount, right? You would have to figure out how you're going to divide up this 5,000 based on the ending balances in your WIP, finished goods, and cost of goods sold, all of which you already have. So he could have very easily asked that, and it wouldn't be a big deal. You would just take what you had found as the ending balance of your WIP, plus the ending balance of your finished goods, plus the unadjusted cost of goods sold, equals a total, and then find the weight of each account, like 59,100 over the total of all three accounts would tell you how much to put to cost of goods sold, and that would have been your adjustment. So he very easily in this question could have asked you proration, and it wouldn't have taken you longer than an extra 20 seconds to figure it out.
what about the other adjustments to labor and materials? We have to adjust those too if we were asked to use the proration method?
No, because all he's asked you for is this,
Okay.
right? So you only really care about this adjustment. If he asked you to do the journal entry, yeah, you would have to do the journal entry, but if he's just asking you for the statement, the only adjustment you care about is this one, and you would just have to do the proration calculation to figure out what this number was. There was another question in this area.
You answered it.
I'm good like that. Anyone else? 10, 11, 12, 30. We are going, this is a very opportune moment for us to take a break. It's 12:30. I'm gonna start back at 1 on the dot. We have a ton left to do. And it's like chapter 4. I really want to do 2 questions. So please, please, please come back on time. I am going to take a moment now myself to eat, so if you're planning on swarming me for questions, I promise I'll stay later and answer them after the entire thing, but I need to go eat now.
come with me? Where are you going? I don't know. I'm figuring it out right now. Freshie is cold. It is? Yeah. It's like, I wanted to eat stuff to get healthy. There's a new place in the library called Freshie. And it's like super healthy food, like salad-wise, stuff that I wanted. Or I don't want to have it when I go there. It's like, so I have some pudding. Have Subway. No way! Yeah, it's Panino. Maybe not. McDonald's? Oh shit. I mean, I'm poor, right? But there's nothing to eat there. You never tried the sushi thing? No, I never. Are you going to leave your stuff here? Yeah, I remember. I read so much. Maybe you guys, you know what? What are you eating? Okay, so we are going to McDonald's. Well, I don't know. What are you eating? For sure. Thanks for the text. Oh, no problem.
2 hours left and 3 chapters to go. I don't know if they're kicking me out at 3 p.m. I will keep going until they kick me out. Because if you look at the package, I have 2 chapter 4 questions, 2 chapter 5 questions, and like 3 or 4 chapter 6s, because the chapter 6 questions have multiple applications. So what I'm going to do, especially because probably a lot of you have places to be at 3 o'clock, is that I'm going to do 1 chapter 4 question, then 1 chapter 5, then 1 chapter 6. Hopefully we'll have time left over to then go back and do another chapter 4, another chapter 5, another chapter 6. But honestly, that might involve bending time and space a bit, but we'll see. So if you look at the 2 chapter 4 questions that I've included, one of them is from fall 2014, which is the one that I'm going to do first, because this is one that really screwed people up, because the cost streams were very unusual. 9 times out of 10, he does DM and CC as the cost streams, and people get very used to it, and you almost write it like it's automatic. Like you think for every single process costing report, your streams are naturally going to be DM and CC. But that is not necessarily the case. And in fall 2014, that's what sunk most people's battleships, is that they didn't get that cost streams could change. So that's the one that I'm going to do first. The other chapter 4 question is a question that involves transferred in underweighted average. So I've already done a transferred in question with you guys during the tutorials. That's why I'm deprioritizing that one. But if we have time, I'm going to do it, because transferred in, he could hit you with that on the exam. Okay? So, process costing, fall 2014, question 3. The Chang Manufacturing Company makes wood finishing stain and uses the FIFO method of process costing for its stain manufacturing activity. The production of stain begins with the blending of various chemicals and ends with the canning of the stain. The canning occurs when the mixture reaches the 90% stage of completion. After canning, the cans are transferred to the shipping department. Here, cans are crated and shipped to various customers. Conversion costs are added uniformly throughout the process. The following are the actual production data for the canning department in April. So the first thing they give us is production costs. So they give us the work in process as of the beginning of the month. They give us notice how they're organized, how they're labeling things. He calls it direct materials, chemicals, direct labor, applied overhead. Then costs added in April. Notice that there are two categories of direct materials. Direct materials, chemicals, and then a separate category called direct materials, cans. Then direct labor, then applied overhead. Then he gives us information about the units, so the physical flow of things. He gives us a balance of work in process as of the beginning of the month, how many units transferred to shipping. So anytime you see the number of units transferred to shipping, that means the number of units completed for this department. Then he gives you the number of units started, and he gives you the work in process as at the end of the month. Okay? The key to this question, and what screws people up the most, was recognizing that in this question, there are 3 cost streams. Okay? I'm going to pause for 20 seconds, and I want you to look at this and see if you can think, what are these 3 cost streams? And I would like you to try to draw a timeline of these cost streams. Okay? We've talked about doing these timelines before. The timeline represents the process of making the unit, from starting the unit to completing the unit. If you want, use different colors, but try to map what are the 3 cost streams on this timeline. Take 15 seconds and try to do it. Not the rest of the day. We're going to follow follow the package. I'm not sure. Okay? So, the things, he never specifically says 3 cost streams, but the combination, and this is the part of this class that I think a lot of people find difficult, is that you have to be able to interpret what he's implying here. Right? The fact that he has 2 categories of direct materials listed in the costs is an indicator that that's 2 moments where 2 different kinds of direct materials are added. When you look back up in the paragraph at the top and he describes the actual process, that's when it becomes clear that these are 2 separate cost streams. 2 separate moments where costs are added completely at one shot. 2 different light switches, right? He says, the production of stain begins with the blending of various chemicals. So begins with, it's like he's saying, right at the beginning is when I add all of my chemicals. Then he says, and it ends with the canning of the stain. Canning occurs when the mixture reaches the 90% stage of completion. So the DM can happens at the 90% point. Then he says, later in the paragraph, conversion costs are added uniformly throughout the process. So even though in the costs you see that he's given you direct labor and applied overhead separately, they are both added evenly throughout the process. So technically you could have a DL cost stream as well as a CC cost stream if you wanted to on your report, but they would end up having exactly the same amount of equivalent units, and so there's not really a point. You could just combine them together, okay? So people have sometimes been like, well then why didn't, it was hard for me to understand that DM chemical and DM can had to be separate, but then I had to add together the DL and the overhead, and I'm like, well, you didn't have to add together the DL and overhead, but it makes sense because those two costs are incurred at exactly the same moment. If two costs are incurred in exactly the same way, then they can be grouped together in one cost stream. The reason why I had to bust out the DM into two different cost streams is because they occurred in two very different ways. This one was added completely at the beginning, and this one is added completely at the end. So if my units are anywhere in between these 2 points, they will be completely finished for DM chemical and not finished at all for DM can. Okay? So you can have multiple light switches, so multiple moments where you add something all along your timeline. And that's the key to this question. This was the thing that really hurt people, is they didn't know how to identify the cost streams. Okay? Does everybody understand this? Okay. So this question has a lot of, when you look at the instructions, it has a lot of pieces. Going through the questions as he's written them will take each individual one. Basically, all of them compute the cost per equivalent unit of production during the previous month for each of materials, chemicals, and conversion costs is essentially finding the equivalent units of the BWIP. That's what that means, right? The equivalent units of production during the previous month for each of materials, material, chemicals, and conversion costs. That's the equivalent units for BWIP. Compute the equivalent units in April for each of material cans, material chemicals, and conversion costs. That's the equivalent units for those things, for what occurred during this period, right? So that's your started and completed plus your EWIP. Compute the ending work in process inventory in April, right? That's just saying, when he says compute the ending work in process for April, he's just saying tell me the total dollar value of ending work in process. So that's out of your cost reconciliation at the bottom. Compute the cost per equivalent unit of production of the units started and completed this period for each of materials, cans, materials, chemicals, and conversion costs. That's your cost per equivalent unit, right? Since this is under FIFO, my cost per equivalent unit only measures that which is added this period, right? And then compute the cost per equivalent unit of production of the units started last period and completed this period for each of materials, cans, materials, chemicals, and conversion costs. So those are the units in your BWIP. They were started last period and they were completed this period. So the way that he's asked these questions is also a little confusing. But again, all of your answers can be basically found by doing the process costing report. Okay? So also, in order to be time efficient, what we're gonna do. We're just gonna do this process costing report from beginning to end, okay? So this is under the FIFO method. While I get myself organized, I want you guys to take a fresh piece of paper and put out your template for FIFO. That is your guiding light for chapter 4.
What did you say E was? What are we talking about?
E, compute the cost per equivalent unit of production of the units started last period and completed this period. That's your B width, right? They were started last period and completed this period. He's saying find the cost per equivalent unit of that whole category. Basically, what you would do in that case is you have your cost per equivalent unit. You need to find your cost, the cost per equivalent unit of its beginning value plus what is added. That together gives you its total cost per equivalent unit. Yeah? Compute the cost per equivalent unit of production during the previous month for each of the following. That's your B width. Because my cost from last period, I would only know it through my B width, because my B width is units that come from last period. No, but I'm computing the value of the B width. Just start to write out because I really need to try and go fast. Okay?
Mine's tomorrow 1 o'clock. I'm probably gonna buy it. I wish I could do it too. Actually, now I regretted doing it.
Okay, so I'm going to do this production report with you guys, and we're going to do it from beginning to end. And then for the things that are that require extra computing, so question A requires an extra computation, and question E requires an extra computation. Everything else, B, C, and D, all of those answers are inside your report. Okay, so let's just do the whole report because it's also a very good exercise, and then we'll do those extra computations, okay? So, the first thing is my physical flow. I know that my first column is my physical units, and then I will have one column each for each of my cost streams, which are DM chemical, DM CAM, and CC. First line, the first section is my input. My 2 lines in this is BWIP and added this period. That adds up to a total input. I'm going to try and go pretty fast, so I'm abbreviating this a lot. So, then I'm going to have my output. Under FIFO, my output has 3 lines. What are the 3 lines? To complete my BWIP. Started and completed. Ending with, good. I usually write this all out because I know that to figure out my physical units, I often have to depend one on the other, right? Because my total input is going to equal my total output. So going back to the question, what do we know? The most obvious numbers that they've given us in the units part is they've given us our beginning inventory and they've given us our ending inventory. They've said that my BWIP is 8,000 liters, and they've said that my ending is 10 40,000 liters. Now these other two things that they've told me, 40,000 transferred to shipping department and 42,000 started. Okay? The started is the added this period. 8 plus 42, 50. So now that I have this number, I have my total here, because these must always match. Now all I have to do is figure out these other two. Without even looking at the question, I know my two complete BWIP because this number must equal this number. It's the same category, right? My BWIP, and then to complete my BWIP, if I have 8,000 units in my BWIP, I have to complete 8,000 BWIP units. It's got to be the same number. So now all we're doing is solving for the plug, right? So if the total is 50,000, then what is missing? And very simply, we do the 50 minus the 10 minus the 8 gives us the 32. The other way that you could have thought of this is that they have told us that the total number of units transferred out is 42,000. These two categories together are my total completed units. My BWIP, by the end of the period, I will have completed them. And these started and completed, they're also completed by the end of the period. So when they tell you that the total number of completed units is 40,000, they're telling you that these two categories together have to equal 40,000, which is why these two add up to 40. Sometimes he plays with this knowledge, like he tests whether you understand that these two categories together equal all the completed units, and the fact that these two categories together, my started and completed, are all the units that I started this period, right? If I started 42,000 units, notice that these two together equal 42,000. This is an important thing to understand. You can play with it in MCQs too, okay? So now that I know my physical units, I can attack my calculation of my equivalent units. Now there's one of these that right away, I know it automatically. I don't even need to look in the question. I'm just going to plug it in right away. And which one is that? Started and completed, right? My question is, how much work did I do on these units this period? Well, if I started them this period and I completed them this period, then obviously I have done 100% of the work on them for all of my cost streams. So this 32 is 32,000 for all three cost streams. Now we need to deal with the other two, okay? So let's start with the easier one to explain, which is EWIP. They have told me that my work in process at the ending of the month is 80% complete. Let's drop that on my timeline. So here's my can. Here's my chemical. This is at 90%. My CC is added evenly throughout, and they tell me my EWIP is right here. asking me what work did I do this period. So my ending work in process, these units, did I start them this period? The only units that I did not start this period are my BWIC. Everything else has to have been started this period. So did I start these units this period? Yes. So I started them this period, and I got them this far. This is the work that I have done this period. So, what is my, did I turn on this light switch this period? Yes. Therefore, 100% for chemical. Have I turned this light switch on this period? No. 0% for CAM. For CC, it is the entire portion that I have done this current period, which is from 0% to 80%. Therefore, I am going to use 80% for my CC. These are the percentages that I apply to my EWIP. So, DM chemical, 100% times 10,000, 10,000. DM can, 0% is 0. CC, 80% of 10,000, 8,000. Now we hit the harder one, which is how to deal with the BWIC. They tell me that as at the beginning of the month, my BWIC is at 25%. Take 2 seconds and try to figure out what is the percentages I'm going to apply to my cost stream. I'm going to give you 10 seconds. I'm just going to stand here silently and think about how far it all on. And remember, what you're asking yourself under FIFO is what is the work that I have done this period? If that's where I'm at the beginning of the month, what am I going to do during the month? Right, if this is where I'm at the beginning of the month, then I'm moving forward. And I'm going to finish these units. This is the work that I'm going to do. Right? I did this last month. Exactly. So if I'm going to figure out what is the percentages that I'm going to apply for each of these cost streams, I'm going to say what work did I do this period? Is my chemical light switch inside the area of the work that I'm doing this period? No, therefore 0. Is my light switch for my can within the space of the work that I'm doing this period? Yes, therefore 100%. My light switches have 2 options. They're either 0 or 100. You never, never, never apply a percentage that is not either 0 or 100 to any cost stream that is a light switch. Okay? For CC, how much work do I have to do? 75%. If I'm 25% of the way through, I have 75% left to do, so it's 75 for my CC. So apply this here. 0% for my chemical, 0. 100% for my can, 8,000. 75% for my CC, 6,000. I total all of these up. 42,000, 40,000, 46,000. Anybody have questions about this or the timeline? Go for it. But that's what I did, right? It was 25% completed for CC. 1 minus 25% is 75% to go. And that's what I applied for my CC. For DM, no. If I were to say, you're asking the opposite question. Like, if I were to say, what's the state of this BWIP at the beginning of the month? It's 25% for CC, it's 100% for chemical, because that was done last month, and it's 0% for CAM. So yeah, if I just turn those around, then I get these numbers. Make sense? Okay. I'm going to erase the timeline and do the second part over here. Chocolate is like the best in the winter, you know? Okay. I'm gonna really miss JMSB a lot, you know? I'm not your average business student, like fine arts degree, punk rock weirdo, like when I said I was going to become an accountant, all my friends were really confused, and when I came to JMSB, I thought it was going to be really shitty for a couple years where I was going to have to endure being alone all the time, and it has totally been the opposite, and it's been really nice. It's been really, really nice. So, everyone here is so sweet. Okay, so now we're going to deal with our costs. So again, just write down what is your template. So my input, I have BWIP, I have added, that's going to give me a total. I'm going to take that and divide by the number of equivalent units. That's going to give me my cost per equivalent unit. And then I'm going to do my cost reconciliation, which I'll worry about in 1 minute. So on top, I redo my cost streams, DM chemical, DM CAM, CC, and total. Now remember that under FIFO, for my BWIP, do I include the amounts in the streams? No. I only put the grand total value of the BWIP in the total column. So all this amount, this 72,000, 18,000, and 5,000, it's added all up to a grand total of 95,000, and it is put right here. This, cred union. Okay? Added this period is all of the costs that I incurred this period. Those are the only ones we care about. FIFO. FIFO only cares about what did I do this month, what costs did I add this month. So I get this from the second little grouping here, that's all these costs right here. So DM chemical is 336,000. DM can is 10,000. And CC is the grand total of both the labor and the overhead. So 425,500 plus 115,000. That is 540,500. I add all these together so that here I have 886,500. And now I total all my columns, which is easy for these because it's 0 plus this. I know that some people, you have templates where under FIFO you do not even put the BWIP. I know that that's one template that's been circulated. There is a tutor who when he teaches it, he never includes the BWIP. He doesn't put this part here. That's fine. If you don't want to do it this way, like I said, managerial accounting, there's like different versions of the templates. Some of them are a little bit different, they're acceptable. The reason why I like this version is because this number is important as for me. I can use this number as a way to make sure that I've done calculations correctly, because this number should equal the total amount that I apply in my cost reconciliation. If I don't include the BWIP value here in this calculation, then I have nothing to balance against the bottom. So if you don't want to include it, no, you don't have to. But I include it so that I can have that check and balance to make sure that I'm doing well, okay? So now I'm going to divide this total by the number of equivalent units. So all I have to do is match up the equivalent units column to column. So DM chemical divided by 42,000. So 336 divided by 42 gives me an $8 cost per unit. For the DM chemical, 40,000, so 10,000 divided by 40,000 gives me a 25-cent cost per unit. CC, 46,000, so 540,500 divided by 46,000 gives me 1175. I do not do a division in this column. I never divide the total amount by anything. To get the total cost per unit, I add these numbers together, which gives me a total unit cost of $20. Okay? Now we have the cost reconciliation. I like to, all of the answer keys, you'll see that cost reconciliation is like the Wild West. They do it different in every friggin' key. It's really annoying. I know it's difficult because students try to teach themselves using answer keys, and then if they're not consistent, it's really hard. So I use a consistent way of doing it, which is I make a little table and it says equivalent units, so my number of equivalent units multiplied by my cost per equivalent unit is going to equal, I give myself a subtotal column and a total column. And then I go through my accounts to which I have to assign value. The same accounts that are here in my output. So for my BWIP, BWIP is a particular account because it has a beginning balance plus what I added to it this period. So I have to do my beginning balance of my BWIP, and I just, boom, plug it right in, 95,000. Now I add what the amount of work that I did to complete my BWIP. So I go into my stream, right? I'm looking for the number of equivalent units times the cost per equivalent unit. So if I look at BWIP, this tells me the work I did. I did no work for chemical, 8,000 equivalent units for CAN, and 6,000 equivalent units for CC. So these are the two that I'm going to worry about. So CC, oh sorry, I'm going to start with the DM CAN. I did 8,000, and for the CC, I did 6,000. Match these up to these costs per unit. So that's 8,000 to the CAN is times 25 cents. For the CC, it's times 11.75. 8,000 times 25 cents, 2,000. 6,000 times 11.75, 70,500. Add all of this up together, and I'm going to get, Actually, I don't have that subtotal. Can someone give me this? Plus the 95? 167,500. Voila. Next, I have my started and completed. I take a look at this one, and this one I particularly love because all of my equivalent units are the same. So instead of doing it piece by piece, 32,000 times 8 plus 32,000 times 0.25 plus 32,000 times 0.1175, which is perfectly acceptable if that's what you want to do. A faster way is just to do 32,000 multiplied by the total cost per equivalent unit. So 32,000 times 20 is 640,000. I can just put that in my total column, boom, in one shot. Save space, save time. The last is my BWIP. Looking at my cost streams, I did 10,000 equivalent units worth for chemical, nothing for CAN, so I don't need to bother with it, and 8,000 for CC. So, DM chemical and CC. Chemical is 10,000. CC is 8,000. Cost per unit for the chemical is 8. For CC is 11.75. 8 times 10,000 is $80,000. 8,000 times 11.75 is $94,000. Add this together, it's $174,000. When I add these three numbers up together, it comes out to $981,500. And this is why I like to do this, because now I know that my answer is correct, because I balance. Having these kinds of things where you can check if it balances, it's helpful. If you don't need it, rock on. Skip that BWIP part. So let's go into the questions. I'll show you the answers that I'm talking about. So,
do I have to put the cost to be accounted for, like it's not necessary? Or is it something under your calculator?
That's input.
That's technically your cost to be accounted.
This is my cost to be accounted for, and this is my cost accounted for. The language, you can either use the language to account for and accounted for, or input and output, it's the same thing. So, letter B says, compute the equivalent units in April for each of material cans, material chemicals, and conversion costs. That's these three numbers. This is B. Okay? C asks you to compute the ending work in process inventory for April. That is this number. That's the value of EWIP. D asks you to compute the cost per equivalent unit of production of the units started and completed this period for each of materials canned, materials, chemicals, and conversion costs. That is these three numbers. So let's conquer A and E now. A says to compute the cost per equivalent unit of production during the previous month for each of chemicals and conversion. So they're essentially asking you, what's the cost per unit based on what you know about BWIP? Okay? What I know about this BWIP right here. For the sake of this being caught by the camera and not erasing this whole thing right now, because I don't want to erase it yet, I'm actually going to do this little bit of work in this empty spot in the blackboard, but this is not actually this part of this thing. Okay? We're all understanding what I'm doing? So basically what we need to do is we need to figure out what costs we have for BWIP and what are the equivalent units based on where the BWIP is at the beginning of the month. And we just do those costs divided by those equivalent units. The thing that you need to realize about BWIP is it was the EWIP of the month before. This is how BWIP gets its value. It's right here. Tomorrow, this is going to be this company's BWIP. So this is how BWIP gets its value. It's assigned using number of equivalent units of the previous month multiplied by the cost per equivalent unit of the previous month gives you its value. So if you're given the BWIP's beginning value for the cost streams, and you're given its percentage of completion, then you can reverse engineer back to what were the unit costs last month. If you understand that essentially BWIP today was EWIP yesterday, then you just reverse it, right? So what do we know? We know that the BWIP, they've told us it has a value for DM chemical. I'm going to actually do it in the... It has a value for DM chemical, a dollar value of $72,000. And it has a value for conversion cost of $23,000. No, sorry, okay, good. Now you just have to divide that by the number of equivalent units. erased it, but go back to your timeline. Here was my switch for my can, here's my switch for my chemical. My BWIP was here at 25%. This is the percentage that we used to calculate its value when it was EWIP, right? The calculation for BWIP last month when it was EWIP would have been CC 25% times the number of physical units. So 25% times the number of physical units, which is 8,000, is 2,000 equivalent units. Right? So this is 8,000 multiplied by 25%. The reason why the BWIP currently has no value for the can is because it's 0% done for the can. So it had no value assigned for it, right? But how done is this BWIP for the chemicals? 100%. So when I would have figured out my equivalent units for these units last month, I would have done 100% times 8,000. So $72,000 divided by 8,000 equivalent units means $9. And $23,000 divided by 2,000 equivalent units is equal to $11.50. Last month, my unit costs, my cost per equivalent unit that I used to assign the value to those 8,000 units, which were EWIP last month, was $9 for chemical and $11.50 for CC. I have no way to know what my cost per equivalent unit was for the can because I'm not given enough information. Does this make sense to people? Okay. Let's look at the cost per equivalent units for started last period but completed this period. If you look at the way that he solved it in his solution, he did it two ways. He basically just figured out the total cost of these units. This is the easiest way to do it, right? If you did this cost reconciliation, you figured out that the total value of the BWIP, the total value of these 8,000 units is 167,500, right? And that's the cumulative value of what I assigned to it last period, using last period's cost per unit, plus what I gave to it this period using this period's cost per unit. The grand total is 167,500. All that he's really asking then is, what's the cost per unit for these 8,000 units that are worth 167,500? And the answer is 167,500 divided by 8,000. And that equals $20.93, 9.9375. That's as easy as it is. It's just this value divided by the total number of units. You could have done it a more complicated way, where you basically figured out the weighted average, right? Where you said, okay, this much of the units were costed at $9.1150 a piece plus this. It's a long, long process, but it's just far easier, in my opinion, if you look at his answer key, to just do this 167,500 divided by 8,000. Is this all clear to people?
You might just briefly repeat that.
Because
What are we trying to find exactly?
basically when you read the question, it says compute the cost per equivalent units of production of the units that were started last period and completed this period, right? So that means that the only units that were started last period and finished this period is the BWIP. He's asking you for the cost per unit for the BWIP. Okay? So, really, BWIP is the one category. Like, you have some units that they're started and completed within one period, which means their entire cost per equivalent unit is exactly the cost per unit of this period. But for units that have 1 foot in one period and 1 foot in the other, part of them is costed at one cost per equivalent unit and part of them is costed at the other. So you can either do a more complex computation that basically figures out that weighted average, how much of me was at this price, how much of me was at this price, or because in your reconciliation you have already figured out the total value of these units. This 167,500 is the total dollar value that are assigned to the 8,000 units that are in the BWIP. The same way that this 640,000 is the total value of the 32,000 physical units in started and completed, and this 174 is the total value assigned so far to the 10,000 units that are in BWIP. So if I wanted to know the cost per unit of this, I could very easily just say, well, this is the total. I divide it by 8,000 units, and I would get the total cost per unit. I feel like this question took the wind out of all of your sails. Look under your seats, there's Timbits and hot chocolate for you. Imagine, like Oprah. Except not cars, like Omni. This? This?
Yeah, I can't see what's in the brackets, but is it basically?
Oh, this just says 100% times 8,000, and this says 8,000 times 0.25. It's just how I got these numbers.
For A, we follow that same logic. So for A, it says compute for the cost per equivalent production for the previous one. So I take the 8,000.
I believe that for A, he wanted it for each of the streams, but for E, he just wanted the total. So that's the difference. I can answer that question, and then I'll leave you up. Go for it.
For each, don't you want the cost for each of the materials?
No, in the answer key, it's not like that.
It says for each one, so I guess.
You know, and funny enough, and then the answer key, he doesn't do it. But you could do that, and I'll show you exactly how you can. Yeah, for E, you can figure it out like this. I'm going to erase all of this. Get ready for it. So this is a bit more complicated, but here it goes. So basically, if you wanted to figure out per cost stream what the cost per equivalent unit is each, then you just have to think, well, how much of this cost stream was done at this cost per unit and how much was done at that cost per unit, right? So it's easy for my DM chemical and my DM can, right? Because those two things were done 100% in one period or 100% in the other. So there's no weighted average for either of those. The entire unit for DM chemical was done last period at a unit cost of $9. So there is no weighted average for that one. And the entire chemical was done this period at a cost of 25 cents. Oh, sorry, not chemical, this is can. At a cost of 25 cents. So there's no weighted average for that one either. The only one that's going to be a mixed up cost is your CC, where 25% of it, so 0.25, is that last month's CC cost, which is $11.50, and 75% of it is at this month's CC cost, which is $11.75, and that's it. That make sense? Your face is very good right now. You have a very confused face. It's good. Sometimes I look at you guys and I'm like, oh. Okay. We are moving on to chapter 5. Don't be scared. You're going to be okay. So the one that I'm going to do for chapter 5 is going to be the one from Winter 2014. Come here.
Yeah, because this is due, this is 75%. This is 11.50. Those 72,000 is this. I think at least I got this. This one. Maybe do the thing.
Chapter 5 is not difficult, but it is long. I have 1 hour left. Let's try to kick this out as quickly as possible. Winter 2014, question 5. YTM International Corporation has 2 main product lines: composite kayaks, which are handmade and very labor intensive, and rotomolded kayaks, which require less labor but employ more expensive equipment. YTM International Controller Diane Buswell is now evaluating several different methods of assigning overhead to these products. It is important to ensure the costs are appropriately assigned to the company's products. At the same time, the system that is used must not be so complex that its costs are greater than its benefits. Remember, I mentioned this yesterday. This is an indication that in the answer that you give him, you're going to have to mention that, you know, cost is an issue and that ABC is very expensive, right? Diane has decided to use the following activities and costs to evaluate the methods of assigning overhead. Then she lists a ton of pools, all of which add up to $900,000, which is the total estimated overhead. So these are the various pools, these are the dollar amounts for those pools. Now, as Diane examines the data, she decides that the costs of operating the oven for the rotomolded kayaks and the costs of operating the vacuum line for the composite kayaks can be directly assigned to each of these product lines and do not need to be allocated with other costs. This is the only time he has done this that I have seen in any past exams, and it took people by surprise and they didn't know what to do with it. So this is why I'm teaching it today. It is possible that when you look at your overhead and the things that you're doing that are incurring overhead, that you realize that there are certain things that you are doing that incur costs that only actually benefit one product. So for example, here she's saying that the oven is only ever used for the roto-molded kayaks. She never uses that thing for any other product. Yet right now the cost of that oven is dumped in to overhead along with everything else, and then it's divided up, and so a portion of the cost for that oven is assigned to every product, right? And she realizes that that makes no sense. If the oven is only used for one product, why do I need to put it into the general pool? I can just directly assign it to that product line. So this is something that can happen. She's basically saying the cost for the oven should be directly assigned to the rotomolded line. And the cost for the vacuum should be directly assigned to the composite kayaks. Those two costs are not going to be put into the general pool. Okay? And I'm going to show you how that looks mathematically, but does everyone understand conceptually what is going on here? Okay.
So can you do that one more time?
Maybe. Good. I'm glad that you said that. I think people sometimes get afraid. But basically what she's saying is that when I put a cost into the general pool, then that cost gets divided and assigned to everything, right? And she's basically saying, if I know that this one cost only is caused by this one product line, there's no point in me putting it into the general pool to have that cost distributed to every product line. That cost should be directly assigned to that thing. So in that situation, it means that for these two costs that she's identified as being directly assignable, we need to take them out of the general pool, and it's only all the other costs that are going to be assigned using a rate. Good? Okay. Instructions. For purposes of this analysis, assume that YTM uses $234,000 in direct labor costs to produce 1,000 composite kayaks and $286,000 in direct labor costs to produce 4,000 rotomolded kayaks. Use direct labor dollars as an allocation basis and determine the amount of overhead that should be assigned to each unit of each product line using this method. So A is basically saying use direct labor and a normal costing system, so one rate, to figure out how much overhead gets assigned to the rotos and how much to the composites, okay? So I'm actually only going to give you enough time that it takes me to set up the question on the board, but try to figure out the rate, okay? I know that I'm going very fast now, but it's because we're running out of time. So my general rate, they're saying labor cost is the activity base. So that means that you have to have the total amount of direct labor cost, right? So in the question it says that I'm going to use $234,000 for composite and $286,000 for rotomolded. These two together is the total activity base. Now I have to figure out the total overhead, and it is not $900,000, right? Because I have two costs that are being directly assigned, so I have to take those two costs out of the pool. So it's the $900,000 of the total minus the cost of the oven, which I'm going to directly assign, which is $40,000, minus the cost of the vacuum, which is $28,000. So that actually equals $832,000 divided by the total amount spent on labor, gives us 1.6. So this is 160% of direct labor cost is my one rate. Okay? So these two amounts are being taken out of the pool because I'm going to directly assign them. So here's how my direct assignment looks. Composite, roto. First, I'm going to assign the direct stuff. So the stuff that we've already said that we know that those amounts are specifically earmarked for the product line that incurs those costs. So the directly assigned cost is, for the composite, it's the cost of the vacuum, which is $28,000. And for the roto, it's the cost of the oven, which is $40,000. See, I took that money out of the general pool so that it's not part of the rate, and I apply it directly to the product that incurred that cost. Now I'm going to apply overhead using the rate, which is essentially applying the rest of the overhead. And that's the 160%. So this is going to be 160% multiplied by the 234,000 for the composite, and 160% multiplied by the 286 for the roto molded. That's what's going to give me the amount to apply here. So 374,400 for composite and 457,600 for the roto. This is using my rate. Rate multiplied by activity base. 160 multiplied by the dollar amount. Okay? I add these two together to get a total. 402, 400, and 497, 600. This is the total amount of overhead assigned to each product line. What he has asked me for is the amount of overhead per unit. So I have to divide each of these by the number of units. I produce 1,000 composite kayaks and 4,000 rotos. So that means my overhead per unit for composite is 402.40, and my overhead per unit for roto is 124.40. Okay? Next, so for B, it's what we expect, is now they say redo it, but use ABC. It says activity-based costing requires a cost driver for each pool. Use the following information to assign the costs to the product lines using the activity-based costing approach. Then he gives you a table, and for that table he gives you the activity, so designing new models, and the driver, number of models. Then he gives you the amount used for each of the lines. 3 for composite, 1 for roto. This is the information that you're going to use to apply ABC. ABC is very simple. The first thing I do is I calculate the rate for each pool. And it's basically the same thing I just did for the normal method. Overhead over the activity. For one rate, I do it once. All overhead divided by the total activity base. In the case of ABC, I have to do it one pool at a time. So the total amount of overhead in that pool divided by the total amount of cost driver gives me that pool's rate. So it's good to figure out all your rates, and then the next thing, apply all of your rates. So let's figure out our rates one by one. So for design, designing new models, they have told me that the total cost in the pool is $121,100. And they've told me that the driver is the number of models. I have to divide this by the total number of models. So composite uses 3, roto uses 1, so the grand total is 4. 121,100 divided by 4 gives me a rate of $30,275 per model. Next, pool. They tell me creating and testing prototypes. I look up how much is in that pool, and it's $152,000. I divide that by the total number of prototypes, which is 8. The other way that I solve this all the time is by doing this in a table. If you love the tables that I do the tables. I love a good table. Good. So 152 divided by 8 is $19,000 per prototype. Next is creating molds for kayaks. The total amount in the molds for kayaks pool is $188,500. The total number of molds is 12 for composite, 1 for roto, so together is 13. So that means $14,500 per mold. This is my least favorite chapter ever to teach because it's tedious. The question isn't hard, it's just tedious, and you have to be careful with all your math. This is like the only thing that could go awry here is like a tiny little math mistake, so be very vigilant. After molds is supervision. The total in that pool is 180. The cost driver for that is number of employees, and that's 12 and 12, so the total number of employees is 24. So that means the rate is $7,500 per employee. I always use EE as the, for those of you who are in accounting, when you get to ACO 340 and you have Mervat, she always uses EE, and now I've adopted her way of doing things. Curing time. $190,400 divided by, for this, the number of days, 15,000 for composite, 2,000 for rotomolded, that's a total of 17,000. That gives me a rate of $11.20 per day. That's my first step, find all of my rates. The next step is I'm going to essentially do a table that looks like this, where we still have the amount that's directly assigned, and then we apply the overhead, but instead of applying it in one shot, we're going to apply it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces. Find a total, divide it by the number of units, that's going to get us our cost per unit. Does anyone in this room feel like I need to finish this question because they're not understanding? because I would like to gain some time right now. Once you have your rates, you just apply them. So I'm going to set it up so that you understand what I mean. You would still have the composite and the roto getting their direct assignment, but then you would have your overhead assigned bit by bit. So you would do design, prototypes, molds, etc., where you would do rate multiplied by use and apply the overhead bit by bit, add it all up to a total, divided by number of units, gives you cost per unit. Is this clear? The other Chapter 5 question that I'd suggest for you, if you have not tried it, I'd say definitely try it before tomorrow, is the other one I've included in the package, which is the Fall 2014. Honestly, I know that a lot of you are afraid of it, but if you haven't done Fall 2014, do it before tomorrow. Just so that you can see the tricks that he used in Fall 2014, okay? Moving on. I'm going to do chapter 6, and then if I have time, I'm going to do the other chapter. As long as no one moves me out.
No, it's at the wall. There's a witch.
Okay, so for chapter 6, I've included 3 questions. I believe you should attempt them all. I'm obviously not going to have time to do them all. I'm going to opt to do the first one, the CVP from Fall 2014. I'd suggest that you try these other ones. They're good ones to try. They're the only operating leverage example. This covers all of the applications, really except for operating leverage, but I did that one in class with you all, right? So you can go back to your notes for that one. So, Fall 2014, question 5. Kirkland Corporation sells a single product for $40. Its management estimates the cost of manufacturing and selling its product per unit at the company's average normal capacity of 1,000 units per month is as follows. So they give you the DM, the DL, the variable MOH, the fixed MOH, the variable selling, the fixed selling, the administrative variable, and the administrative fixed. This is something that, and this is a thing that I want to cultivate in you very early on. When I talked about the difference between variable and fixed costs, remember that I told you that variable costs are always the same per unit, but are different in total depending on the number of units made. Fixed costs are always the same as a total, but the per unit cost changes depending on the number of units made. I like sometimes to tell students it's kind of productive to think to yourself that a fixed cost, its natural state where it is happiest and most stable is as a total. And a variable cost, its natural state where it is most happy and stable, i.e. stays the same, is per unit. And because of that, if you are ever given fixed costs in a per unit format, I want you to feel nauseous. I want you to think this is not a stable, good number. All of these numbers that they have given you as fixed cost per unit, that number is only true at one particular level of V. So when it says the manufacturing overhead fixed per unit $3.20, that is only true when they make 1,000 units per month. As soon as they make 1,001 or 999, that number is no longer good. That's why if they ever in a question give you fixed costs per unit, I want you to feel uncomfortable and I want you to think, I'm probably going to have to figure out what the total fixed cost is at this V so that I have something that I can actually work with. And it's the same thing. If they ever give you total variable costs, you know that that number is only true at one particular level of production. This is going to help you all the way to the end of semester. The natural state for variable costs is per unit, and the natural state, the stable state for fixed costs is as a total. Okay? So whenever you're reading a question and you start to see that they've given you fixed costs per unit, automatically I want you to feel a suspicion that you are probably going to have to take these costs and find the total in order to be able to work with them and figure out the problem. Okay? Instructions. A. Assuming fixed costs and net sales are spread evenly throughout the year, calculate Kirkland's annual break-even point in units and in dollars. So this should be pretty simple. I'm going to give you, but be careful. Take a couple minutes and try and figure that out. So this is the most basic application, but read the information carefully. What they've told you about your fee and what they've given you for your product costs. For CVP, I always like to do a couple foundational things. Depending on how they give me the information, I kind of always take a minute to organize myself. Like if they've given me a income statement, I know that I need to redo that income statement as a variable, as a CVP statement. Sales, VC, CM, FC, NI. If they've given it all to me as totals, I might want to figure out my unit cost. There's a couple like basic things, like it's like saying, you know, if I'm gonna build a house, I really need to go to like Renault Depot and buy some tools. You know what I mean? So I take a couple minutes to figure out and get my basic stuff organized. The next thing that I do is for any specific application, if the question says, calculate me a break-even point, I'm going to throw up my formulas for break-even point because they're going to tell me what it is that I'm looking for. Okay? So, to organize my information, I know that I need to figure out my total variable cost. I need that to figure out my contribution margin. I also know that I need to figure out my total fixed cost. And all that they've given me so far is my fixed cost per unit. So one of the first things I'm going to do then is calculate my total fixed cost. So I list all of my fixed costs and I find that my total fixed cost, my total variable cost per unit is $25. This I know is going to be true for any production level. Then I add up all of the fixed cost and I get $7.20. But I know that this is only true at one particular V. I want to turn this into a total. And here's the thing that caught most people on the exam, is what is the number that I multiply against this? 12,000, right? The 1,000 units that they tell you is the monthly, but they are asking you for the annual break-even point. It's such a tiny little bullshit thing that really you have to watch for these kinds of things. It has nothing to do with accounting. It has everything to do with being a trickster. You have to read what it says. So it's multiplied by 1,000 units per month and multiplied by 12 months per year. That's going to give you 86,400. This is my total fixed cost for the year, no matter how many units I produce. So now all that's left is to take this 25 and figure out what my contribution margin per unit is and my contribution margin ratio. So they've given me my price in the question. They say that my price is $40. So if my price is $40 and my VC is 25, then that means that my CM is 15. That's a very odd-looking 5. And to get my contribution margin ratio, I just need to bring the top to the bottom and the bottom to the top. 15 over 40. That's going to give me 0.375. Okay? So here we go. 86,400 over 15. 86,400 over 0.375. That means that my break-even point in units is 5760, and my break-even point in dollars is 230,400. Okay? Go for it.
So the variable cost, you consider all the product and?
Yes, all. Absolutely. In CVP, it's all variable costs, all fixed costs. I'm taking all my costs for my entire company, and in CVP, instead of dividing them based on what I spent them for, I divide them based on how those costs behave, which is variable or fixed. Okay? B. B says, assuming Kirkland Corporation increases its selling price by 30% and all other factors, including demand, remain constant, determine by what percentage annual profits will increase. So this is kind of the thing that you should expect with CVP, is he'll give you some information and then he'll ask you some easy questions, which is just applying the formulas. But then he's going to ask you some questions where you actually have to do some analysis. He'll essentially say something like, if this, then what? If I change X, Y, and Z, how does that affect the number of units sold? Or my total profit? Or my break-even point? Okay? So the key in one of these questions is, number one, to figure out what changes are we making. Second, what effects do those changes have? Right? If I increase my selling price, what does that do to my CM? What does it do to my CM ratio? Does it do anything to my fixed costs? Right? Here's a key thing. If he tells you that sales increase, that the number of units that you sell increase, then that does not affect your price or your variable cost per unit or your CM per unit. But if the price increases, then that will affect your CM. So think about those things a little bit. I'm going to give you 60 seconds. Try to do B, and then we're going to do it together. Okay, so let's look at what actually took place. So they're saying the selling price increases 30%, everything else the same. By what percentage will profits increase? So when he talks about profits, he's talking about your NI, right? Your net income. So what are the changes? If I increase my price, so my price, so this is before. So my price now is $40. VC right now is 25. That means my CM right now is 15. The changes that they're proposing, so after, is to increase this by 30%. So to increase it, I do times 1.3, right? That's going to result in a new price of $52. My VC does not change. He hasn't said anything about the VC changing. So that means that I'm still taking away only $25 out of the price, which means that my new CM is 27. So the change in price also means that I'm going to have a change in my contribution margin. Okay? So instead of having to do an entire income statement where I figure out what were my old sales, my old VC, like in totals, my old sales, my old VC, my old CM minus gets me my old net income, I can actually, instead of having to do all that and then a totally new second income statement, I can use this difference to figure out exactly how much more contribution margin I have right away. For each unit, so each unit will now give me $12 more contribution margin. I sell 12,000 units a year. That means that this increase in price is going to give me 144,000 more CM. My fixed costs have remained exactly the same, which means this 144,000 increase to CM is also 144,000 direct increase to your net income. So now he's just asking you for what's the percentage increase in your net income. So percentage increase, remember new minus old over old? That's how you find a percentage increase. New minus old over old. I know my new minus old is essentially just saying what's the change. This 144,000 is new minus old. So now all I need is my previous net income. What was I making before? And to find that out, all I really have to do is my original CM is 15. I sell 12,000 units. That's going to give me 180,000. That's my old CM minus my fixed cost, 86,400. My old net income is 93,600. It's 153.85% increase. This is not the only way you could have computed this. If you got this number, but went about it in an ever so slightly different way, that is fine. CVP is not something where you have to follow all the same path. We all have the same toolbox, but we might use them in slightly different ways. If you are getting the right answer, you are doing the right thing. Okay? Go for it.
On break-even point for the new basically for new CM, could you compare those two numbers, the old break-even and new break-even, with that
if you found the percentage, find the percentage increase between those two, and if it's 153 whatever, then yeah, that's fine. I don't know if it's actually going to work, but if it does work, because like, look at this incredible, amazing thing that I did my brain just works so differently than yours. I used CVP in like a totally revolutionary way and I got the same answer, is this okay? I'm like, yes, 100%. But they've just used it in a totally different way. So if you think of it a different way, it's fine. C, assume the price remains at $40 per unit and variable costs remain the same per unit, but fixed costs increase by 30% annually. Calculate the percentage increase in unit sales required to achieve the same level of annual profit at the current annual sales. So here's the change that they're talking about. My CM per unit is staying the same, right? My price is the same, my variable cost per unit is the same. So my CM per unit is staying the same. But now what I'm doing is I'm increasing my annual fixed costs, which is that $86,400. The question is, how many more units do I have to sell to stay at the level of making $93,600? So take 60 seconds, try to figure it out. Ignore what I'm doing. This is not what you should be doing. I'm just writing this for illustration for later, for my explaining purposes. I'm loving the people that I see who are like 5 hours later. I can feel how tired you are. I feel it in my feet, and you're still like, you're trying. I see you trying. Props to you guys. And if you're tired, that's okay. After this, you're going to eat, you're going to relax, you're going to sleep, and then you're going to try one more exam. Okay? All right, so the first thing you want to do always when he gives you something where he's like, if this changes by this much, what happens? Well, the first thing you want to do is calculate that change. So he's saying that we are going to increase these fixed costs by 30%. So to increase by 30%, I multiply it by 1.3, which means that my new fixed cost would be $112,320. Right? So, if my new fixed, here's the thing that kind of like breaks people's brains a bit. If you think about it this way, right now, any increase, dollar for dollar increase to my CM is going to be a dollar for dollar increase to my net income. That's always the case because my fixed costs are stable. So if I increase my fixed cost by any amount, to keep my net income at the same level, I have to increase my CM by the amount that the fixed costs go up. So I'm basically just saying, how many more units do I need to cover the difference between 112,320 and 86,400? It's essentially using break even yet again. Okay? So you can think about it in one of two ways. Either take this amount, divided by the contribution margin per unit. That's going to give you 74.88. That's the break-even point at this level of fixed costs. We already know the break-even point at this level of fixed costs, right? We figured it out in number 1. It was 57.60. That means that the necessary increase is 17,028 units. 1,728 units. Misspoke, sorry. So now I just have to find what does that represent as far as increase of sales. Right now I'm selling 12,000 units. New minus old over old. New minus old is the change. This is new, this is old. I can either just do that, or it is the 1,728 over the 12,000. It's a 14.4% increase. But you could have done this a different way, right? You could have looked at it as the difference in dollars between these two. Found the break even for that, it would be 1728. And done that new minus old, done that over the current amount of units. It's key to try and figure out what is it that he's asking. He's essentially saying, how many more units do I have to sell to keep making 93,600? So all we're really saying is, I'm increasing the amount of fixed costs I need to cover, so the increase has to be the amount of units I need to sell to cover that dollar increase in the fixed cost. Does that make sense to people? Go for it.
Can you just explain the relationship between the break-even and the sales?
The break-even in the CM?
And the sales.
And the sales. The break-even point is the break-even point in the sales. Well, the break-even is basically the number of either units I have to sell for my net income to be 0, or in dollars, the amount of revenue in dollars that I need for my net income to be 0. So if I'm saying that previously I was selling 12,000 units and doing this, if I can just figure out the number of additional units I need to sell to cover that increase in fixed costs, then that's the number of units more units that I need to sell. So that number of units represents the change, which is the difference. Basically, it was the 1728 over 12,000 gives you 14%. Did that explanation make a little more sense to people?
I don't know where the 7,488 and 7,600.
This is the break-even point of this. I did this compounded. I'll break it into small pieces. This is the break-even point at the new level of fixed costs. My break-even point at this level of fixed costs was 57.60. So if I did 74.88 minus 57.60, it gives me 17.28. This is the amount of more units I need to sell to keep myself at exactly the same level. So if I'm currently selling 12,000, then how much is this increase? And the answer is 14.4%. Okay? We have one more to go, guys, and then I'll let you go. Determine the sales dollars required to earn an annual operating income of $72,000 before tax. Kirkland's income tax is 40%. Sorry, go ahead.
For that question, if it's not asking for the break-even point, you don't need to ask it at all.
But that's not the point why I did break. I mean, you could do this another way. I didn't do the break-even point because they were asking for a break-even point. I was doing the break-even point in order to find the increase that he is asking for. I could have.
Do it by the income statement.
You could have done what?
By the income statement. Like,
What income formula?
So we have sales equals fixed cost plus income divided by CM.
Sales equals fixed.
Fixed cost.
Well, that's your break-even point. That's your sales at your break-even point, right? That's what I'm doing here.
It's the fixed cost plus the income divided by CM.
Oh, that's the target income, yeah? You could have done that.
So then we have to find the change in.
Yeah, so what he's saying is, so you found your new break-even point. Are we still with me, or are we not still with me? Because if you want to go home, I want to go home. We're with me? Okay.
Let's do these.
Yeah.
What is going on with these?
Pardon?
Let's do these.
Well, there was a question and I'm just going to finish it. It's not that I'm saying, do we want to stop? I'm saying, if people want to leave and talk, then we can leave and talk. But if people want me to finish, then I'm going to answer the question that was asked and then I'm going to continue. That's what I'm saying. You could have also looked at it like a target income, right? Target income is just saying, I take my fixed cost plus my target income over my contribution margin per unit, and that tells me the target number of units that I need to sell. So if this is my new fixed cost, right? My new fixed cost, and I want to maintain my previous target income of $93,600, I could do that divided by my contribution margin per unit, which is 15. That's going to give me the new number of units that I need to sell, which, if I calculate right in my head, is going to be 13,728, right? And the reason why I knew that, when you all know I'm terrible at math, is because it's 12,000 plus 1728, right? Because this is just another way of doing what I did before. So now you have the new level of sales, and you can just do new minus old over old. So 13,728 minus 12,000 over 12,000 gives you 14.4%. So there's more than one way to do it. Does this way make more sense for whoever asked the question?
Well, that's the way I did it.
So then you are doing very well. Okay, so last one, D. So here they're asking you for a target income. Notice that they've given you the tax rate, but they've asked you for a target income before tax. So he's just screwing with you with the tax, okay? Remember that any target income we have our net income before tax minus the tax gives us our net income after tax. Whatever this number is, who cares? This is the number we have to use in a break-even point or a target income or any of these applications. So if he's asking you for this as the target income, the before tax number, but then he gives you the tax rate, he's just trying to distract you. The only time that you have to reverse the taxes is if he asks you for a target income after tax. In which case, all you do is take that target income after tax and divide by 1 minus the tax rate. That gives you the net income before tax, and you just pump that straight into your formula. So, we already know our fixed cost, 86,400. Our target income before tax is 72,000. He's asked for the break-even point in dollars, therefore I have to use my contribution margin ratio. And that's going to give me 422,400. It is 3 o'clock now. I don't know if anyone has this room after us, but I'm going to say this. I will give you guys, for those of you who want to leave, I'm going to give you 15 minutes to clear out, and then I'm going to do that other chapter 4 question, because I feel like some people are still nervous about it. As long as they don't kick me out, I will do it. I'm not getting paid for this time. I don't care. I want you to pass your exams. But if you are not interested, I'm going to ask you to leave quickly, because I would like to do this chapter 4 quickly and also go home. Okay?
We're gonna go.
How much? Well, we have that income that you want. Let's do it.